było.
No to...
Zapisałeś chyba na innym po prostu
to będzie to,
miejscu.
no, na innym slocie.
2. Mhm.
Dobra, jesteśmy tam, gdzie trzeba.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Aunt Natsuki didn't tell them to leave with her own words. But with waterless pressure, she induced them to say that themselves. Because if Dr. Nanjo didn't say those words, this cold silence would surely continue forever.
Calm yourself, Natsuhi-san. Still, I understand your feelings well. I myself feel like there's something wrong with my head after all of these strange repeated incidents. So I understand well why you want to suspect us.
If you really have nothing to do with this, then my actions now would be beyond rude. However, please understand, just this once.
Very well. Let's leave the room. What do you say, Genji-san? Shall we return to the parlor and continue our chess game? If that is what you wish, by all means.
I don't want to. After all, that means we'll have to leave the room knowing that the wolf is among us, right?
Amogus.
I don't want to.
Amogus.
Please, forgive me. Nie było
It
słychać?
was obvious what Kumasawa...
Było, ale
Było
tylko tak do
słychać
połowy.
pół sekundy.
Potem ucięło.
Tak jak zwykle. It was obvious what Kumasawa-san was trying to say. If she was innocent, then she was being ejected into dangerous territory, along with the culprit. In the current situation, urging her to leave this room along with the suspects was almost exactly the same as letting her get killed. However, Kumasawa-san really was suspicious just for being the first one to discover that Kanon-kun had been murdered. At that time, everyone except Kumasawa-san had an alibi. Unless we could prove the existence of some contraption, or the existence of some 19th person, Kumasawa-san was by far the most likely suspect.
Biedna babcia.
I didn't want to believe it. However, Ao Natsuki and the rest of us were in such a difficult situation that we couldn't help suspecting her as well. So we didn't say anything to stop Ao Natsuki from trying to aggressively chase them from the room. We had stopped her from the shooting, but we were passively agreeing to chase the others out of the room. On top of that, Maria spoke to the fretful Kumasawa-san.
It's okay. Beatrice is kind to those who respect her. You believe that Beatrice exists. So it'd definitely be okay. I will watch TV in the parlor. Let's watch it together. It's so boring here without TV.
It looked like Kumasawa found Maria's roguish laugh very frightening. However, the 3 other people had agreed to leave the room. Kumasawa couldn't find the flow and had to agree, crying as she went.
Well then, Natsuki-san. That will be all for tonight. Let us meet again tomorrow.
Yes, please understand, at least for tonight. When the police come, all of us will surely apologize for our rudeness. You may play chess, but do it in a safe place if you can. Genji, I leave them in your hands.
Certainly.
No. It can't be helped, can it? They always say that the most frightening bears are those with their children.
Genji, Kumasawa, my sincere apologies. Let us meet again tomorrow. Maria-chan too. Please, forgive your cold aunt.
Ooh, I forgive you. Ooh.
Madame, the keys to this room, I will hand both over to you.
Genji-san pulled 2 golden keys from his pocket and handed them to Aunt Natsuhi.
And I will also hand over my bundle of keys to the inside of the mansion.
He took about a bundle of about 10 keys of various shapes and handed it over. To the servants, those keys were probably proof of their position. Being placed in charge of those keys meant they were trusted, relied upon. When they were forced to return them, it meant that they had lost that trust. Think about it this way, to Genji-san, who had worked here for a span of many years, there could be no greater shame. However, Genji-san's usual indifferent expression remained on his face.
Genji, I had planned that, after father passed away, I would reward you for your many years of hard work
O Jezu.
and allow you to retire. To treat you like this makes me feel ashamed from the bottom of my heart.
I have already received the master's favor. Everything I have done until today has been in repayment for that. Please, do not worry over it. Well then, shall we, everyone? Good night to you all.
Ooh, good night. Good night to you too, Butler. Ooh.
Ah, Maria. Wait a sec. Knowledge of gold made me call Maria back. I groped around in my pocket and took out that scorpion keychain. This ripples magic, right? Wear it.
Ooh, didn't you say you dropped it?
Back then I got ticked off and just bluffed that I'd lost it. There's no way I'd lose that precious charm you gave me.
Bo ja idę po skarpety.
Po co?
Skarpety.
Nie można czytać Umineko bez
Smacznego.
skarpet. Ja czytam bez skarpet.
Ja czytam bez skarpet.
Ja czytam bez skarpet? Okay.
Jak można nosić w lato skarpet?
Maria silently took the charm. I was unable to say anything after that.
Well then, everyone, good night to you.
We watched them leave, our expressions completely worn out, and we weren't even able to respond.
Znaczy, możesz przeczytać bardzo. Ha. Odcisz sobie. Żałosne.
Uważaj, co mówisz. Uważaj, co mówisz.
Abuse.
Until the
Domestic
door closed and we
violence.
heard the auto lock, we were... Domestic violence. Until the door closed and we heard the auto lock, we were unable to breathe. Then we were finally allowed to take a breath. After that, I noticed that Beatrice's letter, which I had been gripping the whole time and which was soaked with my sweat, actually had 2 sheets. The paper had been tightly stuck together, so I mistakenly thought that there was only one. There were no characters on the second sheet. That thing on there was a magic circle, written with a red ink like blood. Triforce. Just like how every magic circle up until then had been different, this magic circle was one that I'd never laid eyes on before.
Jezu, Maria poszła i nie wytłumaczy, jakie to ma biblijne znaczenie.
Smutne. No ale mają biliard książek na ten temat wokół siebie, to może coś znajdą.
No właśnie.
Nie, no nie wierzę w nich.
Przeceniasz,
Maria to jest
Mają trochę
kompendium
czasu przez
wiedzy.
całą noc.
przeceniasz inteligencję Butlera.
Prawda. Może będą spali.
Mm.
Jak można spać w ogóle?
Nie wiem. Ja nie wiem jak się śpi. Ja się nie znam.
Też mi często nie
Inside
wychodzi.
the magic circle, a large triangle and a small triangle were fit together in a simple design. But just as before, there was writing in Hebrew, and it seemed clear that it held some kind of meaning. I wanted to know what that could be, but we had just chased Maria, the only person who could understand the meaning of the magic circles, out of the room. I thought of this magic circle as Beatrice's second message. What does this magic circle mean? Damn it! After chasing out all the suspicious people, all we had to do was stay barricaded here until morning, and everything would probably be over. Once the typhoon had passed, when the seagulls cry...
Umineko!
O, dziękuję. Will everything be resolved? But the letter, which had unexpectedly appeared in the study, forced us to reject that naivety. It had made it very clear that, if time ran out, it would mean the witch's victory. When time runs out, is the witch planning to take on the offensive? This time, is she planning to display some fearful magical power? Maybe something that could have been used to kill 6 adults at once? Wait, when is time supposed to run out anyway? I don't know anything.
With this, we should finally be safe. Finally. Definitely.
Ona chyba sama
Even
w
as
tym...
she said that, Aunt Natsuhi couldn't stop gripping that rifle. There was no release in the tension of her expression. No coś chyba nie wierzę w to. Of course, none of us felt like breathing a sigh of relief. At least, not until we could hear the cry of the seagulls once more.
O kurde, w złym momencie.
Nie wszystko w ogóle leżało.
The Golden Witch.
Żółta wiedźma. After we chased them out, nobody wanted to say anything. All the suspicious ones had been driven away. Even though we knew there might be some innocents among them, we still did it. We chased them out of this paradise, where people don't have to suspect each other. But our motive for chasing them out was suspicion of one person towards another. The worst kind of crime for a human. If we had accepted the existence of a 19th person, not the witch, then we all might be still talking face to face, trusting in each other. In that instant, we had agreed to chase out all of the suspicious people. But had that been the right thing to do? During this endless silence, we could do nothing but be quietly tormented by that sin. Aunt Natsuhi faced the door, without letting go of her rifle for even an instant, sitting far back in the sofa. She would probably spend the night staring at the door without a wink of sleep.
Jezu, ona już wygląda tak śpiąca, a co dopiero jak nie będzie spać.
No.
To się chyba za dużo u niej nie zmieni.
O dzieciach.
George Aniki gazed through a gap in the closed curtains by the window. By the window, looking down at the courtyard at the mansion that surrounded it. I didn't know whether he was checking to see if a suspicious shadow would become visible through the window, or whether he was wondering to himself about something. Jessica was sitting sideways on the sofa next to Aunt Natsuki, with a dead expression on her face. Every once in a while, as though she just remembered something, she'd take out the inhaler she had used during her asthma attack and stick it in her mouth. I just heard it from Aniki, but apparently Jessica liked Kanon-kun.
No way.
It was apparently so vague that she hadn't realized it herself. You know, it's the kind of thing other people tend to spot before the person in question realizes it. Which means she might have first learned of her feelings when the person she liked died.
Takie smutne.
It must have been so terrible. So sad. Come to think of it, Kanon-kun was the one who handed her that inhaler. Maybe she was remembering that. I was fishing around grandfather's study, thinking I'd research the meaning of the magic circle on the letter's second sheet.
Nie wierzę, że Butler
No.
to wpadł.
Even though we were shut up here in a defensive position, my rebellious nature made me want to find some key, some way to resist.
Rebel.
After all, we've got plenty of time before tomorrow morning. Who'd fault me for how I used that time? No one else showed that much interest in this magic circle. Its meaning was unknown, and once we understood it, we were sure to find some magic that could cause us unnecessary anguish. I felt the same way. However, I couldn't just ignore it, so I killed time by going through the motions of researching it.
You sure are enthusiastic. Did you find anything that might serve as a hint?
Not a thing. The first tough part is finding a book written in Japanese. Just how many languages could Grandfather read? He's incredible.
Aren't you tired, Butler-kun? You should take a rest while someone else stays awake. Aunt Natsuki said she would stay up all night for us, but there's no way her body can handle that.
No.
We should take turns sleeping.
Then you sleep tight first, Aniki. I'll keep researching till I get sleepy.
You mean that magic circle just now?
Yeah, we've got plenty of time to kill. I thought it'd be interesting to find out what kind of message Beatrice Sama put in it.
Give it a rest. Mess around with stuff like that, and you end up getting possessed by something weird.
Jessica Tuchet.
Don't worry, I've been certified by Maria. She said I've got no spiritual talent at all.
Were we to cruel to cruel to Maria?
Jessica, you mustn't think that now.
But Mom, if Maria wasn't involved, and there's a culprit besides her, and she's obviously a soft target for the murderer. If she's killed because of this, then we just left her to die.
Gloomy silence settled once again. It looked like Jessica regretted letting her emotions take hold of her and snapping at Maria. She's always been like that. Always acting tough and regretting it later.
I understand how you feel, but Maria was in close contact with the culprit, and she might have been siding with them. talking like that over and over to further confuse matters. I am relieved that we chased them out.
That's pretty harsh on Natsuki. Couldn't just have been the nonsense of a 9-year-old girl. It probably wasn't very convincing to hear that coming from me. I myself thought Mario was creepy on several occasions, even doubting her true nature. And when Mario was chased out of this room, I couldn't deny I felt some relief.
Najgorsza rodzina.
If that is the case, then tomorrow we will apologize for what we did. I will take full responsibility for chasing them out of this room. This isn't something the rest of you have to worry about.
I could feel a tragic determination. I could feel a tragic determination in Natsuki's words. To protect her own daughter, she had resolutely chased out the suspicious ones. And if, as a result, she had to watch the people who had unfortunately been suspected die, so be it. She was prepared to take full responsibility. Why does Maria have to keep saying stuff like that? She's bringing about her own ruin.
I think the reason Maria-chan adores witches and magic so much might be Aunt Rosa.
Aunt Rosa? What does she have to do with this?
Jest wiedźmą.
Didn't you realize
Rosa
it
jest
too,
magiczną
Butler-kun?
dziewczynką?
Maria-chan's real father ran off somewhere a long time ago. Although Aunt Rosa tried to confuse the issue by saying he's on a foreign business trip.
Damn.
Talking about Rosa-san's family has become a kind of taboo in the Ushiramiya family.
I think Aunt Rosa thought about remarrying, but I also believe Maria-chan may have become her shackles and made that quite difficult. After all, she sometimes got really emotional and hit Maria-chan.
I agree with you there. It looked like Aunt Rosa was trying to like Maria. Which means... Co to było? Which means that
Coś
he didn't
wtrąbił.
really like her.
Przepraszam, to u mnie. Nie pokazywało mi się, że to złapało.
She might have thought of Maria as someone who stood in the way of her remarrying.
I think that emotional rejection from her mother must have left some deep scars on her young heart. So she learned about this occult hobby from somewhere and immersed herself in it to bury the holes in her heart. Did you know, to Maria-chan, the image of a witch isn't negative at all? Remember yesterday at the beach when she showed us her notebook?
Yeah, it was full of those fun-looking scribbles. Yesterday, when we were down by the beach doubting the witch, Maria got all riled up and started explaining about witches. And not one of the pages had shown a picture of an ugly witch.
Nie istnieją brzydkie
They
wiedźmy.
were all bright. They were all brightly colored, beautiful, cute witches who looked like they were having fun. There was absolutely nothing sinister about them, like a boy might have imagined. They were being adorned with beautiful dresses, who could grant anyone's dreams with their mysterious magic, and who made everyone happy. The sorrow of not being loved by her mother. Had Maria sought help from witches as being who could give her happiness and save her? Someday a witch would come, and using her wonderful magic would bring Maria happiness. Even though she believed that, as she grew older, she had to face reality as her fleeting dreams were sliced to ribbons one by one. If something claiming to be the witch of Rokkenjima appeared in front of a girl like that, whispering that she'd take Maria to the Golden Land where Maria could be happy,
I know that it's come to this. I want to confess what is in my heart. Throwing out Maria-chan, no, Genji-san and the rest too, was probably the wrong thing to do, I think.
It wasn't pleasant.
Since Jessica had been the one to face them and slam them with words of rejection, her conscience must be tormenting her a lot right now.
Then, how do you all explain that letter? No one could have said it there except the 4 people standing behind us. I made sure of that with my own eyes. If those 4 are innocent, how was that letter placed in a closed room with 8 people?
Beatrice! Zesłała z nieba.
Na pewno. That's right. When you put it that way, those 4 really do seem suspicious, but it's all useless. It's all useless.
Useless? What is?
Right. It might not be worth anything anymore, but let me spin the chessboard around again. In other words, if one of those 4 really was the culprit, isn't that weird?
That's right. Wasn't setting the letter openly on the table the same as confessing that one of them was the culprit? You're right. That's weird. If they were going to do it, you'd think they put it in the crack of the door, for example, to make it look like someone had slipped it from the outside. Of course, they should have known that they'd be suspected if they didn't make it look like the culprit was outside the room.
Yeah, that's it exactly. If the culprit was one of those 4, setting that letter right in the middle of the table would be both risky and meaningless. But putting aside whatever trick was used to set it there, if we assume that the culprit is someone other than those 4, in other words, someone who was outside the room, they had a lot to gain from that letter.
Enough, Butler-kun. It's meaningless to discuss such matters now.
Natsuki-san quickly guessed what I was getting at. No, maybe she had thought of it long before I had, and had simply held her tongue. If the culprit's outside the room, then they'd be totally stuck the moment we shut ourselves up in a closed room like this. That's right. It's the same way as my theory about how our grandfather disappeared from this room, isn't it? The theory was that grandfather left the room of his own accord. If the culprit used some tactic to lure him out, and grandfather left of his own accord, then... Come to think of it, when we found the scorpion magic circle on the doorknob to this study, Maria said it herself. But Beatrice couldn't get through this door. But she could induce someone to leave of their own accord.
Which would mean we fell for the culprit's trap completely and send out some new potential sacrifices.
Genji and the rest aren't fools. When they try to protect themselves, they should find the next safest place after this room. They will definitely be able to hide themselves there.
Natsuki hadn't answered the question. Natsuki herself had realized that if the culprit wasn't in our group back then, that letter would make sense as a trap. However, it wasn't worth the risk of calling back the people she had once thrown out. To Natsuki right now, her greatest and only duty was to protect the children. Oprócz Marii oczywiście.
Real.
By her thinking, in order to do that, a few sacrifices were unavoidable. Hey, Aunt Natsuki, let me say something a little harsh, okay? At that time, what if, by coincidence, Jessica had also been standing behind you? Would you have chased Jessica from the room too? It's true that a lot of brutal things have happened, but as a mother, you thought you should protect your daughter no matter what. Because of that duty, you chased them out, even though you knew that you'd eventually be held responsible for it. It's not like I'm not condemning that, but I was just thinking about what a great mother Jessica has.
That's right. You've been dealing with these incidents since morning, and you've been pulling all of us along this whole time, without losing your composure. If you were all confused too, the rest of us would probably be in the culprit's grasp by now. So I think we all have to thank you.
Thank you.
So what you two are trying to say is that you want her to act as Maria's mother too? I always thought of Maria as a real little sister and adored her. And yet, a few things happened, we got a little confused, and I've said a lot of mean things to her, hurting her. Mom, please, let's stay together with Maria. No, everyone. There was no culprit among us. The culprit in this case is the witch Beatrice. Okay? So let's stop suspecting each other.
Ja mam nagle, wszyscy wierzą teraz w Beatrice.
Coś mi tu śmierdzi. Bierzesz Natsuki i strzelasz w nią.
Nagle wierzę w wiedźmę.
Anna... nagle wierzy. I mówi, żeby wszyscy wyszli. No, wspaniały pomysł. Aunt Natsuki closed her eyes for a short while. Was she coping with her throbbing headache again, or was she thinking of something?
You are my precious daughter. The one I finally received a whole 12 years after I married my husband. I would become the worst kind of demon to protect you.
There was some pretty strong language at the end there. She realized very well that her words were an idealized view of what a mother should be, but even so, she was strongly resolved to protect her daughter, even if she had to become a demon. But that was her guilty conscience tormenting her. It's been so long. So many things happened in one day, and we've been driven into a corner so thoroughly. I wonder if you have the right to greet tomorrow the way we are now. There it is. I found it. It's this magic circle. Inside the book I've been flipping through, I had found the same magic circle that had been drawn on the second sheet of the letter. George Aniki peered at it as well. The magic circle name was the third magic circle of Mars. The Hebrew written on it was from Psalm 77, verse 13 of the Old Testament. What God is so great as our God? The meaning of the magic circle was discord.
Nie wierzę.
Yeah!
Nie ma
Yeah! Agitate internal divisions and cause the enemy to bring about their own downfall. Wait a sec. Seriously? Could there be a more fitting way to describe our current situation and mental state? We couldn't help ourselves but be stunned into silence.
So, this letter was a trap? How did he place it here? There wasn't anyone in this room except for the 8 of us, right?
Anyway, let's ignore how they got in here for now. The culprit was after just one thing. They wanted to spread the seeds of doubt inside this impregnable room and use us to throw out the sacrificial sheep out.
In that case, they are after the people who went out of the room.
Mom, what should we do? Those poor are in danger.
It wasn't surprising that now Natsuki remained unpleasantly silent. Even if this was all a trap by the culprit, even if the four who had been chased out of the room were in danger, it had nothing to do with the safety of the four people in here. And there was no way to prove the innocence of the four people we chased out. If we were willing to let them die, then we shouldn't leave this room no matter what. What? That way is safest. At that time, suddenly the piercing sound of a phone rang through the room. Aha, czyli co, już północ wybiła? It was the antique extension phone set on the table in grandfather's study. It had rung right after we started talking about the letter being a trap. It was natural we'd think of it as an SOS from the ones we'd chased out. But then Aunt Natsuki spoke.
Why a phone call? The phones should be broken down and unusable.
That doesn't matter. If that's Maria calling for help.
If the problem with the phones was the culprit's work in the first place, then this call is probably...
With that one sentence, the ring of the phone, which had once sounded like a scream for help, now started to sound like a ghastly lure from some unknown person. Aunt Natsuki hesitated over to whether to pick up the receiver.
Let's pick it up, Aunt Natsuki. The phones might have been fixed for some reason. It could still be an urgent call from Maria-chan and the rest.
Right, and if it actually is a call from the culprit, bring it on. Why don't we listen to what they got to say? It's just a phone call. No matter what they babble through the receiver, it's not like gonna hurt you.
If you don't pick it up, then I will.
I will take it. Hello?
Hello?
I stretched out my hand to take the receiver, but Aunt Natsuki grabbed it before I could reach. We all held our breath, trying to figure out who the person on the other end of the phone was. But for a while, Aunt Natsuki kept saying
Hello?
hello.
Ale pranka
Silent
ktoś
phone
zrobił,
call.
ja nie mogę.
There's no way Maria and the others would do something so creepy. Which means, could this phone call possibly really be... Natsuki stopped repeating hello
Hello?
and strained her ears.
Halo?
No, to was Rita.
Hello. Because she thought she heard something far away on the other end of the receiver. What was that?
Huh? Is someone singing?
What do you mean, singing?
I don't know. Faintly from the other end of the phone, I can hear someone singing. I wonder what it could be.
Give it here for a sec. Hello? I half forced the receiver from the stunned Aunt Natsuki's hand and pressed it against my ear. First, I didn't hear anything. But because I had been told about it beforehand, I noticed. Ty jest.
Coś tam śpiewa.
I noticed. It sounded far away from the receiver, rather than someone speaking in a quiet voice, and it sounded like a girl singing a song. That voice did sound like Maria's, but that just made the situation even more inexplicable. At the very least, the one who had made the phone call hadn't been Maria. After all, Maria was singing some song far away from the receiver. In that case, the one who made the phone call should have been Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, or Dr. Nanjo. And yet they weren't saying anything. Why? For what reason? The person who made this phone call, who was it? How? Hey? Hello? Who is it?
Ow, wow, ow, 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 ow.
Answer me! Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. Answer me!
Whiskey.
Is that Maria singing? Answer me!
What's happening? What is it?
I don't know. All I can say is this is probably a trap, and Maria's in trouble. Oh, Natsuki took the receiver again, but after yelling it into several more times, she realized that she wasn't getting anywhere and hung up. After that, she dialed quickly, then she clicked her tongue. That's right, if the phones are working, we should be able to reach the police. But judging by Aunt Natsuki's reaction, the outside telephone line still didn't connect.
Let's go. Even if we know it might be a trap, we have to go.
Yeah, definitely. Jessica, Aunt Natsuki, stay here. When Aniki and I tried to dash out, Aunt Natsuki stopped us.
Hold it! I cannot let you go alone. I will go too. Jessica, wait here.
Nie no, zostawiam, a mi umrze, super.
So Abby, the only left out? Nice try, but I'm going too.
Debile. Yeah, it might be better that way. If the goal of that phone call was to split us up further, it wouldn't be a good idea to leave someone to watch this room.
There's no time to argue. Let's all go.
Natsuki raised the rifle high and took the lead. I couldn't go unarmed myself. I found a 3-pronged candle stand and readied it. Although the pins on it used to fit candles were short, it was almost like a 3-pronged spear. Then the four of us left the study. We left the study, which should have been the safest place inside the mansion. By doing this, we had been lured out, even though we had barricaded ourselves in a safe, closed room. Perhaps we were doing exactly the same thing Grandfather had done when he disappeared from that room.
Maria, where are you? Answer me!
I listened closely, but didn't hear anything. The mansion was vast, and since the passing typhoon was making its last stand, the sound of the rain was even noisier than before.
Maria-chan said she wanted to watch TV in the parlor, right? Let's try going downstairs.
That's right. Let's try there. Everyone, be mindful of your surroundings.
O Jezu, jak w wojsku.
Yeah! Without Natsuki in the center, her
Yeah.
rifle ready and her finger on the trigger, we moved in the group, our backs together, checking our surroundings in all directions. It was just as though the magic of the magic circle designed to spread discord had worked. We had split up, and furthermore, had been dragged out into dangerous territory. In other words, even now, we were doing just what the culprit wanted us to do. This was a separate world where it couldn't be odd for anything to suddenly occur. Unless he nervously pointed the barrel of the gun at every dark spot and shadow. It felt like that motion was out of fear rather than caution. But the rifle she held in her hand should have been a trump card that the culprit had feared.
You know, I've been thinking. It wouldn't be impossible to stick one of those ice picks into someone's chest like in Kanon-kun's case. But splitting the skull and sticking them into the forehead, like in my parents' case, wouldn't be that easy.
You think the culprit had that kind of animal strength?
They probably had some kind of weapon, a device, that can shoot or pound in those ice picks. That handle was too short to be driven in that deeply by a human strength alone.
Either way, they have enough force to break through a skull. I heard Cannon's wound reached as far as his lungs. If you happen to see your opponent, don't go forwards. You mustn't move away from my back.
Just how sinister and frightening was the weapon that could shoot those creepy ice picks? And could I do anything to combat it with just this candle stand in my hand? In the first murder, the culprit probably assaulted all four of our parents at once as they discussed the inheritance problem in the dining hall. And there were four of us here now. Apparently, I wasn't the only person thinking this. George Aniki, Jessica, and of course Sam Natsuki were stretching their senses to the utmost limit in the highest and worst state of tension, slowly advancing one step, then another. What have we done? Because of the seeds of doubt spread by that one letter, we threw Maria and the rest into the middle of this terrifying world. We finally reached the first floor. The parlor was just across the hall. And when we listened carefully, we could hear it faintly. Maria's eerie singing voice. She wasn't singing naturally, as though she were in a good mood. She was singing mechanically, like she was at a graduation ceremony and she'd been ordered to. The song she sang was just a common folk song, one that everyone has probably sung in school at one time or another. But why that in the middle of the night, alone with her, all her heart over and over? Why? Right after leaving the study, we had called out in loud voices, asking Maria where she was. But this time, no one said even a single word. We held our breath and the sound of our footsteps, and intensely focused on our surroundings to the point of being completely high-strung. We stepped forward. The door to the parlor was closed, but we could hear Maria's singing voice through it. Natsuki put her hand on the handle of the doorknob, when George Aniki stopped her.
I'll open the door. Aunt Natsui, Butler-kun, ready your weapons.
Understood. Take care.
They may attack as soon as we open it. George-san, watch yourself.
Sure, then I'll open it. Huh?
She tried to open it, but immediately felt the hard resistance of the lock. Aunt Natsuki took the bundle of keys from her pocket and gave them to George. There were about 10 keys, and none of us had a clue which was which. Instead of this, George had to fumble around loudly and test several of the keys. Since we had hidden our footsteps, preparing to make a surprise attack on the room, this felt almost fatal. The whole time we could hear Martha singing the same song over and over. It was like a broken, crazy cassette tape. We'd been in that room almost constantly since morning, till the frightening things had occurred outside that room. That had left us with the impression that only this room was safe. That baseless impression was quickly falling apart.
It's open.
Thank you. George-kun, Jessica, move behind me.
Now, Natsuki, let's jump at the same time and split up in different directions. If we just stand around after opening the door, those ice picks might fly around through the center.
I agree. Ready?
I really wish I could say no. I readied myself. If they're gonna be throwing ice picks, I'll whack them with this candle stand.
Go!
To jest jakaś akcja, ja nie mogę. Akcja
Natsuki and I rammed into the door before. And I rammed into the door before flying into the parlor, quickly spinning up left and right and searching the parlor for someone who might be for us. But what our lies upon was an incredibly strange sight.
Yo.
O
Ojej.
Jezu.
The parlor was stained with blood. Blood. This place where we spent almost the entire day,
To moja reakcja.
where we pressed in together to protect ourselves from some unknown malice, had been stained with fresh blood, had become an ocean of blood. On the floor lay Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Dr. Nancho, their entire bodies stained bright red with blood. But the only way we could identify was by their clothes. That was because... that's right, this is how the whole tragedy started. Their faces, just like our smashed up parents in the shed. You couldn't tell where their eyes stopped and their noses began. It was as though they brutally plunged their faces into tomato pot pies, all squished up. Ah! Oh.
To
Co?
był dobry krzyk.
Mocne,
Dziękuję.
mocne.
All that wasn't all. Their bodies had other wounds. It was those demon ice picks who were in Kenji's stomach, Dr. Nanjo's thigh. Oh, his knee? That's right, of course it's his knee. In the epitaph, the sixth twilight was the stomach, and on the seventh twilight was the knee was gouged. So after seeing one of them stuck near Kumasawa's cough, I couldn't help but sarcastically laughing. That's right. On the sixth twilight, gouged the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouged the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouged the leg and kill. Now even the eighth twilight is over. And the next one, the ninth twilight, what was it again? Maria was there.
Jezu, mówi do ściany.
No.
To jest aluzja do tego, jak mówi do Butlera i do reszty.
Boże, jakie to jest psychiczne. Boję się. Mam ciarki.
Chyba oko teraz było.
O kurwa.
She was facing the wall in the inner part of the room, standing stock still, completely alone. She was face away from this horrible scene, standing by the wall, singing her song over and over. There was something else in the room. Just the corpses of the three who had been brutally killed, and the phone receiver, which was still off its hook, proving that this was the room the call had come from. She stared at Maria, her back to the scene as she kept on singing while facing the wall. We couldn't even scream at this bizarre scene. We could only stare, shocked, with our mouths hanging loosely open.
Maria?
Jessica called out to her. But Maria showed no reaction, and alone she kept singing on and on. We had come here trying to save Maria.
Dobra, nieważne, naśpiewam i tak.
We had come here trying to save Maria from some approaching danger. So now that we have found her, we should be not running to Maria, hugging her to safe. I mean, yet. And yet none of us could do that. Everyone thought it, but they couldn't say it. After all, because that's right, even if that's crazy, no, it couldn't be. Maria, stop singing! Are you listening? At some point, Natsuki and I had pointed our weapons at Maria's back. I yelled at Maria in a violent voice, but there was no reaction. She just kept singing.
She's coping.
Mm-hmm. With the candle stand still readied, I ran up to her, forcefully. No, violently slammed my head down on her shoulder, then I pulled on her shoulder, forcing her to turn around.
Ooh, ooh.
Maria's small body was quickly pulled down and fell. As though unhappy at having her voice singing interrupted, Maria looked into my face with her usual expression. Even in this gruesome situation, she was just like normal.
Trzeba sobie jakoś radzić. Stage first denial.
Maria! Maria, what is this? Who did this?
Ooh, Beatrice.
Cut that crap! I drew the candle stand I'd be holding against the wall. The volumes of that reckless sound should have gone straight into Maria's heart, but Maria's expression didn't change at all.
Quit it, Butler-kun. Maria-chan, this time you should have seen the face of the culprit who killed this tree. Was the culprit the same Beatrice who gave you the letter?
Ooh, Beatrice.
Oh, in that case, it's certain. There's a 19th person. Beatrice does exist. Hey, Maria, will you tell me at least this much? How did they kill these three people? What did they use them to kill them in such a brutal way?
I don't know.
How could you not know? It happened in this room. Are you trying to tell me you were so absorbed in singing that you didn't notice?
Calm down, Butler-kun. Maria-chan, talk to me, okay?
George Aniki, as he always did, crouched down next to Maria so that their eyes met and talked to her very kindly.
Maria-chan, why were you facing the wall and singing?
Ooh, Beatrice said to face the wall and keep singing for a long time. Ooh.
So, did Beatrice come here? Were Genji-san and the rest still alive then?
Ooh. Everyone came into the parlor together and sat down. Genji-san made sure to lock the door.
It was locked when we got there. But then, how did Beatrice get to the parlor?
Ooh, Beatrice is a witch. so locks don't matter. She turned into butterflies and came in through the crack in the door.
Huh? Calmly joining at a time like this? Like hell that happened. What are you saying?
You can't believe it. That's why I didn't want to say. No matter how I say it, you won't believe. But Beatrice is a witch. She can do anything with her miraculous magic. That's why Beatrice doesn't care whether a door is locked or not.
And then, after Beatrice appeared, what happened to everyone?
Beatrice talked to us. She said grandfather's study was protected by a powerful force, and she couldn't enter no matter what she did. So she told us she'd select 3 sacrifices from the 4 people in the parlor. Everyone said, "No way!" Kumasawa-san kept saying, "No way, no way," but Beatrice chose. And when she did, Beatrice said, "I will be fine." Why do you think? It's because of the scorpion charm with the 5th magic circle of Mars. The one Butler used to pray for my safety. The one he put his feelings into. Because of that power, Beatrice couldn't do anything to me. And me alone. So she decided to use the other 3 as sacrifices. After that, Beatrice spoke.
Come,
Nie
face the wall and sing a
A
song
ja
for
nie
me.
miałam być
Nie.
Chociaż to w sumie
No.
daily. No, w sumie daily.
To
No.
Beatrice mówi.
Come, face the wall and sing a song for me. You will sing lots and lots of songs, so no matter what happens, no matter what you hear, you won't hear, you won't hear, you won't know. Come, sing lots of fun songs for me.
So I was singing the whole time, over and over. So I didn't hear anything, didn't know anything. And then all of you came. Ooh.
Are you asking us to believe that? You think we're stupid?
Then who will you suspect this time? Will you suspect me? Gonna try killing me right here? Even if you do that, Beatrice won't stop existing. Now, the 8th twilight is over and Beatrice will revive.
Are you serious? I had enough of that talk. As if witches could exist. As if I'd let myself get tricked. I won't accept it. Beatrice doesn't exist. I definitely won't accept it. So I won't let her exist, and I won't let her revive. The legend will remain a legend forever. I won't acknowledge something like that!
Quit it, Battler! It's not like Maria killed them or let them die. But Beatrice came and Maria had to obey, was unable to resist.
Aunt Natsuhi. She isn't here!
Oh fuck.
Lol.
fuck.
No. Huh? What?
Nie
Mom,
wytrzymała.
where did she go?
Debile.
Just now, she left by herself, reading a letter.
A letter? That makes sense. The culprit must be so exhilarated now that we've reached the 8th twilight. They might have left a letter so that they could brag even more. We are so wrapped up in questioning Maria that we forgot to look for a letter. But even as well armed as she was, why had she left the room by herself in this dangerous mansion after reading it? Jessica tried to chase after her and tugged at the handle to the door, but it resisted strangely and wouldn't open. It was only natural. And Natsuki picked up the candle stand which Balor had thrown at the wall, which had fallen to the floor. She then skillfully wedged it between the doorknobs on the double doors like a bolt, holding them closed. The intricate design of the candle's head caused it to get caught solidly, and really did make a sturdy seal on the door. The tragic scream of a daughter for her mother. Did it reach Natsuki's ears or not? Huh?
Wyjdzie z obrazu.
Natsuki figure was alone in the entrance hall. It was the place decorated by the portrait of Beatrice. Natsuki threw down Beatrice's last letter, the one she had read in the parlor, readied her rifle again, and in a clear voice of rank yelled in the massive space that was the entrance hall.
I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi,
Jest
representative of the Ushiromiya family. Show yourself. Golden Witch, Beatrice.
Beatrice.
The entrance hall was dimly lit. Other than a faint light which shone on the center of the room, everything was blotted out by the jet black darkness. In that darkness, butterflies glittering in gold squirmed, twinkled, and sneered. Natsuki gave one more huge gulp and pointed the cold barrel of the gun at the gold butterflies.
So you have finally shown yourself. I still can't believe something like you really exists. But that isn't the problem. Both I, who bear the title of representative to the Ushiromiya family, and you, who claim to succeed the headship of the Ushiromiya family, are here right now. At this point, whether you are a witch or not is a trivial matter. Come, let us settle this. Which of us will truly succeed the Ushiromiya family? I, Ushiromiya Natsuhi, or you, Beatrice? Allow me to respectfully accept your request for a duel.
Jezu, duel będzie.
No się chyba szybko skończy.
O,
Co się dzieje? Wow!
Ooh. The gold
Oh, it's
butterflies
phenomenal.
slowly formed a human shape, which walked into the dim light. Natsuki readied the rifle and glared. The witch raised her golden staff overhead and laughed. Natsuki's finger slowly squeezed the trigger.
Strzelaj.
And
Naprawdę.
go! Oczywiście.
A,
Nie wiem. Zobaczymy tak.
damn.
Battler made an all-out dash at the door and rammed into it, crushing the candle stand that had been
Kim
bearing
jest
it and
teraz
making it possible for a
narrator,
big
że
gap to be
Butler
opened
trzeciej
in the
osoby?
door.
Kto jest narratorem
To się
teraz?
zmienia, nie wiem co, linijkę czy 2 czy 3.
To chyba nie jest poprawny sposób pisania
Raz
tekstu,
jest-
ale okej.
On tak robi często. Ryukishi. He kept kicking the candle stand through the gap and the door was finally released.
Na polskim by dostał 1.
Ale nie piszę po polsku, więc jest
A,
immune.
okej.
No właśnie, więc się nie liczy. At that time they heard it. They suddenly heard the crisp sound of gunfire ring out once.
No, nie chcę patrzeć. Daily.
Mam wrażenie, że ona krzyknęła, ale znowu nie było jej słychać.
Daily
Daily.
chyba umarła.
Chyba tak. To niekanoniczne.
Ale to nie jest, przecież ona nie gra na Natsuhi, więc o co chodzi?
Dosłownie.
Daily.
Nie wiem, czy mnie nie utnie.
Udział.
Było okej.
Ucięło.
Okej,
Wszystkaczan,
było.
you
Ale
mustn't run off by yourself.
What was this? Was that the sound of a gun just now? Did Natsuhi shoot? At whom? At the culprit. Culprit. The noise had come from the entrance hall, and the entrance hall looked like a stage. Like the heroine of a tragedy. On the ground bathed in light, arrayed in the beauty of that silence, Natsuki lay face up, crumpled on the floor. Odbiła kula. Half crazed, Jessica ran up to Natsuki. On Natsuki's forehead, it was almost as though a sparkling shard of pigeon blood ruby had been placed there. And from it, one stream of blood makeup passed by her eye and began to traverse her face. The faint smell of gunpowder smoke came from the barrel of the rifle Natsuki still grasped. Huh? Then she shot herself in the forehead? Why?
Mom!
I don't get it. Why did Natsuki run away alone? And why did she shoot through her own forehead?
Maria-chan, Aunt Natsuhi left the room after reading a letter, right? There's no letter here. Damn it, what did Aunt Natsuhi read, and why was she lured out here?
I don't know. Who cares about that? What the hell? Why did she kill herself? Why did she leave me all alone?
Jessica clung to her mother's corpse, crying earnestly. My body was consumed with an anger I didn't know what to do with, and I snatched the rifle from Natsuki's hand. I spun around, pointing the barrel of the gun into the darkness on all sides, as though I was pointing a gun from a lighthouse, trying to find a culprit. George Aniki, even in this situation, was trying to calmly figure something out, but that might have been a fruitless effort. And only Mario was completely indifferent. So is this all supposed to be some kind of predetermined fate? No, that's not it. This is all a prelude to a wonderful world. The door to the Golden Land will finally open.
On the ninth twilight the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. And on the 10th twilight at journey's end you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. With this, everything is over, Beatrice. Congratulations. Congratulations. So lead me. Lead me to the Golden Land you told me of, right now.
There, all of the dead will be revived, and even lost love will be restored. So, in Mario's eyes, it's just as though today's tragedies didn't happen. It's as though all the time she spent deprived of love never happened. Stop it! What's so fun? What's to be congratulated? There were 18 people on this island. 14 are dead. Only the 4 of us are left. I'm definitely not gonna die. Until this night is over. No, until the typhoon passes and the seals will gather again at the harbor, I'm definitely not gonna die. I'll stay alive. I'll stay alive no matter what.
Give it up, Butler. Guns are useless against witches. Survival and all that stuff doesn't matter because it's over. The journey has already ended. See? Look at the clock.
Oh, go nuts. Huh? The clock? During those sounds, I looked at my wristwatch. Both needles were almost touching near the top. Very soon, it will be 12. And at night. In our words, 24. When you think about it, isn't 24 a strange time? It can be called 24, but it can also be called... Oh. It's the hour at the culmination of the previous day, and at the same time, it's hour 0 as the next day begins.
Beatrice!
Maria suddenly called out happily and ran towards the darkness.
Yay!
It was almost as though Beatrice was somewhere in that darkness and Maria was running up to her. As Jessica hugged her mother's corpse, as George and Nikki stood there confused, I looked down at the barrel of the rifle, gazing into the darkness. The space in front of Beatrice's portrait lay in that direction. And the thing Maria was running up to was the portrait's subject. You've got to be kidding me. This is just impossible. Like, I'd fall for something like this. Witches don't exist. I won't accept it. Something like you shouldn't exist, because this is a human world. You think I could accept something that's not human? I definitely won't accept it. When I pulled hard on the rifle's lever, the cartridge was ejected, fell on the floor, and the new cartridge was loaded. Then, I sighted the witch down the barrel. Maria turned around. Still clinging to the golden witch, she turned around.
Didn't I tell you it? Didn't I tell you it was meaningless? Merely bullets are meaningless against Beatrice. Humans are so stupid, aren't they?
I won't accept the existence of witches. Who are you? Just try moving one step. Just try moving one finger. I'll blast you away.
Nie rozumiem, co mam się śmiać. A to co to?
Hackle. Puść, Hawusek. O. O, dobrze. Tak. As the witch... No, the witches laughed. Even the large clock in the hall joined in on their laughter. It was probably telling us that time was midnight. It was both a tone telling us that we had reached the culmination of this day, and a tone informing us that all had returned to nothing. The rule that the witch would win when the time ran out had already been revealed.
Butler, George Lichan, and Jessica. The journey has ended, and the witch has revived. See?
And none shall be left alive. The witch shall praise and the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the golden land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice.
Słodki snu księżniczko. Wow!
No,
Północ.
Boże,
ja tylko wspomnę, że znowu jestem martwy.
pozdrawiamy.
A, no,
Dobra, bo
znaczy teraz to
czekaj.
mamy tyle postaci, że...
To dać się skupić, bo będzie ważna rzecz chyba.
Właśnie, coś się dzieje, ale jeszcze nie wiem co.
Muszę podgłośnić grę.
Mm. To już zaraz nie będzie, spokojnie.
Co się dzieje?
The storm passed, and the leading clouds that had enshrouded the island for so long began to clear away, being shown from the rifts between the clouds. Yesterday's storm seemed like a lie. Just as someone had wished, the seagulls returned to the harbor once again and let their lively cries be heard. Afterwards, the police arrived and concluded an investigation of the scene. Corpses of the children who are believed to have survived until the very end were never found. However, from the body parts that were discovered and the unimaginable gruesome nature of the scene, the police were forced to conclude that the strangers, including the children, were complicit in them. Aha, wszyscy zdechli.
Aha!
Just how gruesome was the banquet of the witch, and how beautiful was the Golden Land. The tales are for them alone to tell amongst themselves. They have no tale for those who arrived after that banquet had ended, and one can only imagine what transpired during the course of those 2 days. However, the witch was fickle. She made a point of leaving behind the tale, which had no need to be told, and permitted it to spread. A few years later, a strange wine bottle drifting on the wayside of the neighboring island was discovered by fishermen. Stuffed inside were tightly bound notebook pages. Then was the tale, it would be the riddle period, bla 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 bla. Nie mogę wszystkiego przeczytać w czasie. Lovers of the occult claim that it would be very sorry nature of the ritual. Sami sobie przeczytajcie.
Właśnie szybko to leci.
No właśnie dziwnie.
No,
Ale głośno jest teraz ta gra, Jezu.
No bo Daily kazała podgłośnić.
A, okej, dobra.
o, znaleźli szczękę nawet.
Nie chce mi się już nawet tego czytać, Jezu, za
Jest
szybko to
rel.
leci.
Too long didn't read.
By the time you read this, I will probably be dead. Although there may or may not be a corpse. For those who lived it, please uncover the truth. That is my only wish. Aha.
Ushiromia
Ushiromia.
Maria!
Tak, bo znaleźli jej notatki w butelce. To this very day, the truth of the witch legend serial murder case had not been brought to light.
Yo, what the fuck?
O, są wypisane śmierci.
Damn.
No, kto kiedy umarł i tak dalej. Aha, i z demonami. Mhm.
The witch Beatrice, she will finally open the door to the Golden Land.
Was invited to the Golden Land, wszyscy ostatni?
He denies the
Poza-
existence. Nie, oprócz
poza
Butlera.
Butlerem.
Powiedział, że ten nie istnieje.
Tak.
Nie,
Ci, co wiedzieli, pójdą do Golden
Butler.
Land. Rest in peace, Beatrice.
Ale crazy.
When the
To chyba
seagulls fly,
trafiliśmy
no
na
more
najgorszy
left alive.
ending.
Ale nie było wyboru żadnego, więc co ty chcesz? Pewnie było,
Wiem,
żeby
na tym polega
chwilę
żart. Na tym polega żart.
I co, przeszliśmy grę? Woo!
Jej, pierwszy
Ura!
epizod.
Na
Gratulacje.
pewno jest koniec Umineko.
Gratulacje dla nas. Gratulacje dla nas.
Dobra robota. O to chodzi. Tak trzymać. Teraz tylko jeszcze 7 epizodów.
Ciężko
Jest
bez
to
Jeszcze
was.
jest tutaj
Wow.
dodatkowa rzecz chyba.
Trofea dostaję.
Chyba jeszcze jest coś w pierwszym
Uuu.
epizodzie. Bonus.
Ooh.
Help prepare everything of your
Feedback
sojourn.
Igarashi.
New elements may be accessed. Tak!
Jaki jest bonusik? Ja chcę bonusik.
Tea
Chyba
party!
Tea party!
był jakiś bonus. O, Tea Party, dokładnie, Tea Party.
A to też jest do
Tak.
czytania, o Jezu.
Tak, to jest też do czytania i są
Myślałem, że
wiedźmy.
herbatki nalewać.
Tylko chyba.
Purgatorio.
Och. I tu jest chyba po każdym chapterze, z tego co wychodzi.
Taka muzyczka?
O! A, okej.
Bro.
Hey everyone, good job finishing Umineko daleko do Koroni. Man, I still didn't have a clue what was going on when the story ended. No shit!
So just what happened? What was basically the bad ending? When the time runs, I'll be for the culprit to get exposed.
Ooh, definitely a bad ending. Ooh.
That's right. Beatrice's letter, which Maria-chan read on the first day, did tell us in advance to solve the riddle of the epitaph. We were also busy trying to protect ourselves and look for the culprit that we didn't even take a shot at it.
Wow, ale głupiutcy.
Shannon!
Hell yeah!
Kto czytał Shannon in the end?
To był
Ty
Shannon.
czytałeś Shannon.
Ty też czytałeś Shannon przez chwilę.
No dobrze, mogę ci przeczytać tutaj Shannon.
Nie, ja.
That's right.
Nie, niektóre.
A, dobrze, nie.
That's right.
Przepraszam.
If we had actually tried to solve the riddle, maybe things would have ended differently.
I wonder about that. Shannon-chan, you did a good job too. You don't have to be our waitress and serve tea. After all, this is a rap party. A group of people who met a horrible fate. Let's get along and lick each other's wounds. Lick, blah, 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 blah.
Rero.
Czy to jest jakby ten golden
Dobra,
axe?
Referencja. W sumie
To jest chyba
Moral
Golden.
fate, Shannon beats the rest of us hands down, doesn't she? She was such a beautiful character, so I thought she'd definitely survive until the very end, but she was killed right in the beginning. And on top of that, what was it? Half of her face was smashed, right? That's the worst. Czemu to czytamy?
Nie wiem.
Nie wiem.
That was my role, so
Yeah.
there was no way around it. Nesan, it's nothing for you to worry about. Judging by the last epilogue, even my lady and the rest of them met an extremely tragic end.
It seems so. I think I remember seeing this horrible picture, kind of like my entire body had been eaten apart and dismembered.
Prowy.
Speaking of which, don't you think Cannon's moments were the coolest? Even though he had the tables turned on him, it was a showdown with the culprit, right? It's a whole bunch better than our confusing last moments, right?
Though in the end I was unable to get a solid hit in. Still, I think Canon-kun's death was a big hint. After all, because of that, the existence of the 19th person was made clear.
That's right. At that time, everyone's location was obvious, so it was impossible for anyone other than some unknown 19th person to kill Canon.
Ooh, I said it was Beatrice from the beginning, over and over. Ooh,
I want to believe it, but that does prove the culprit was with calling herself Beatrice. Which
That's right. There were so many strange things that happened that a human couldn't do.
ooh, only a witch could do things like murdering Aunt Eva in that closed room. A human couldn't do it. Ooh,
Not only is the existence of a 19th person clear, but it's also obvious that this person holds a power that humans can't even imagine.
zaraz wracam.
Ej,
O,
akurat jak miała swoją rolę. No cóż.
no oczywiście.
Oni tak ze sobą teraz gadają, jakby przed chwilą grali w jakąś grę komputerową.
Dosłownie. To jest takie psychiczne do czytania.
Wszyscy z deki.
To
O,
śmieszne,
pamiętasz
śmieszne.
jak mi tam jak rozczłonkowali mnie? Nawet nie mogli rozpoznać mojego ciała.
To jest takie
Ale beka.
chore. Ja nie mogę z tego.
Nie, podoba
Ach.
mi się.
Bardzo, bardzo fajny pomysł.
Nie, ja się czuję
Bardzo
trochę
fajny
niekomfortowo z tym faktem. Że, nie wiem, to jest dziwne.
Ej, ale wiemy teraz przynajmniej, że Butler się dostał do Golden Landu.
Na pewno.
Znaczy, czy na pewno, to nie wiem. Ale jeżeli założymy, że teraz tam, gdzie piją tą herbatkę, to jest Golden Land, to tak.
Nie, czy oni by w Golden Land sobie
Hmm.
rozmawiali? No, zabili mnie, rozczłonkowali mnie.
Czemu nie?
Nie wiem,
Że
czy
jakby-
można tak założyć, ale w sumie może.
O, jesteś.
Halo? Jesteś.
In that case, I don't think there's anything
Ah.
wrong with calling this person Beatrice.
Ale w
No.
sumie, bo nie ma żadnych dorosłych innych, a oni nie wierzyli w Beatrice, więc to jest jakiś punkt.
No, ma trochę sens.
Mm.
We probably met at the very end. Met with the Golden Witch.
Like I kept saying Beatrice exists. It all went bad because no one ever believed. Ooh. Even one of her witch friends says that miracles won't occur if you don't believe. No, ale ona ma inną minę niezwykle. Ooh.
Mm.
That's right.
Rare
Beatrice
Maria.
sama is generous to those who respect her.
Ona ma taką dziwną minę, jak nie Maria.
No bo znaleźli jej szczękę. Powiem tyle.
Wow.
Więc może teraz jest
Mm.
bez szczęki, dlatego ma dziwną minę. Dobra. Zapomnijcie, że to powiedziałem.
Okej,
Wow.
okej. Nie no, spoko.
It seems to me that Maria-sama was never a target of Beatrice-sama's wrath up to the very end, despite the horrible crimes that occurred one after another.
Well, Maria believed in Beatrice from the very beginning. But if that's the case, how do you explain why the rest were all killed? You guys believed in Beatrice just as much, right?
Beatrice-sama probably had her reasons. If the song of the epitaph presented Beatrice-sama's resurrection If the song of the epitaph represented Beatrice-sama's resurrection ceremony, many sacrifices were needed. He must simply have been designated to be one of those.
Shannon-chan, you met a horrible end. At the very least, I wish your death could have been more peaceful and pretty.
Wow.
Well, it's not like it hurt. Anyway, right now I'm perfectly fine, so don't worry.
Nie rozumiem tego.
After seeing him stroke Shannon's cheek, which had been crushed during the story, everyone laughed out loud, smiling.
Pięknie
Haha.
scenie.
Ha,
Super śmieszne.
ha, 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 ha.
Wszyscy umarli, to jest takie zabawne.
Zgnietli mi czaszkę, ale śmieszne.
A nie bolało nawet.
No cóż,
No,
zdarza się.
Nawet nie
Chcę przeczytać Jessica, a ja wywieszę pranie.
Okej.
Well, it feels a bit
Yeah.
weird saying this, but I was sure this story would fit into the standard mystery genre. I'm a bit surprised to find out that it's a fantasy. A Western mansion shut away from the outside world on an isolated island with an inheritance problem on everyone's minds. It sounds just like a typical mystery novel to me.
Ooh, it's not fantasy. Beatrice exists. Ooh.
Nawet tutaj im to musi mówić.
Yes, we understand. Beatrice-sama does exist. That's right. Beatrice-sama does exist.
Kto to będzie?
No to ty może.
Okay. I hate to admit it, but I've got no choice. because it's obvious that the 19th person, a witch, was involved. What? Ale crazy.
Many things happened that would be impossible for humans. During the story, we tried to deny that in all sorts of ways. But now I can say it for sure. Each crime, every single one, would have been impossible for a human. They would be impossible to carry out unless it was the witch Beatrice using all of the power magic could provide.
The culprit was a witch. That point's perfectly clear. Long live Beatrice.
Jest reszta służących.
Ooh, everyone believed. I'm so glad. Ooh.
Ghosts and witches might seem terrifying to people who are frightened of them, but I think they must be affectionate to those who believe in and respect them. I think you're right.
So this murder case game is finally over. Now's the time to pull ourselves together and try hard to solve the riddle of the epitaph, just like Beatrice said, right? Ooh, I agree. Beatrice will definitely be happy.
Everyone ignores that letter during the story.
Even though it was thrust right in front of us, we almost completely ignored it. I kind of feel sorry for Beatrice-sama.
I've got the epitaph written down right here. Let's all solve it. Let's all solve it. Ooh,
This story probably went wrong ever since that time.
That might be so. Maybe we should have tried solving the epitaph's riddle from the beginning, like Beatrice said.
o Jezu, teraz ja. Chwilę. Dobra, już. Well, it's a little late now. Even so, let's try solving it. O kurde, ekran mi zgasł.
Aha.
Let's try solving it now and see if the witch forgives us. Let's go. Let's try to solve the riddle of the epitaph. It was something like, behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown.
Gameplay was so fire,
Maria
że,
put her notebook on the table.
że ci monitor wracasz.
Maria put her notebook on the table and opened to the page where the epitaph was written. Everyone stared at it, getting really into it, as they started guessing this and that about the riddle. Surrounded by the smell of black tea and freshly baked vanilla cookies, they spent the time comfortably and happily. Hold on a second, you guys. But that was spoken in a way that cut through the conversation.
Pan Ząbek.
On dalej nie wierzy. His expression looked a little unhappy. What could he not like about all of this fun? I've been listening to you guys for a while, but why did you all stop thinking? Why are you so sure that the witch was behind all this? No, nie
Bro.
wiem, może dlatego, że tutaj jesteś? Did you realize something like this can't exist? Butler znowu zjadł szachy. With just those words, the happy atmosphere surrounding the tea party evaporated in an instant. George and Jessica, and Shannon and Cannon, and Maria. All of them stared blankly, wondering what in the world Battler was talking about. Even the foolish, arrogant Battler realized that he hadn't chosen his words well.
Because isn't it clear that these crimes were impossible for a human?
That's right. That's right. None of the cases would have been possible for a human.
That's true. After all, wasn't it full of things that humans couldn't explain? I don't understand what you're saying, Butler-sama.
I'm the one who doesn't have a clue what are you guys all talking about. Isn't it obvious that humans committed these crimes? There's no way something like a witch exists, right?
Jackie Cooper, no, come on.
Bro.
Then, what about when I was killed in the storehouse? And
Just like a
something
very
horrible was
human.
done to half of my face. If the culprit was human, how could they have accomplished it?
That's well, it's hard to imagine how they did something that awful. But there was the Rose Garden storehouse, right? I'm sure there were plenty of weird tools in there. Let's say they used some electrical tools like a grinder or an electric saw.
That's...
Then Butler, how do you explain grandfather's disappearance from the study when it was a closed room? Even though the door was sealed, grandfather just suddenly disappeared, right?
We talked about that during the story too. It's not impossible that grandfather used some trick to fool the receipt. It's also possible that he went out the window, fell down, and now Natsuki locked the window from the inside. I could think of a bunch of tricks you could use without relying on magic.
That makes sense, but
In that case, Butler-kun, how do you explain the way my parents were killed in the guest room? The door was sealed by the lock and the chain. Naturally, the window was sealed too. How do you think a human could have killed my parents?
Well, we did have to leave that trick alone during the story. Anyway, there's at least a good chance the culprit had a key. And it was possible to look in through the crack of the door that the chain allowed.
Yeah.
uh,
I know this is a stretch, but it's possible some device was used through that crack. Like maybe they stuck something through it? Well, even though each door chain is incredibly simple, it's a big factor in setting up a closed room. Still, there's probably some closed room trick that they could have used. If you bought some closed room mystery novels from the bookstore, you could probably find some trick that would fit perfectly. Anyway, I can't think of one now, but I claim that there is nothing he can't do if they try hard.
Isn't that argument horribly irrational? It's just ridiculous to claim that it's possible for a human to do something, even though you can't explain how.
Why is that ridiculous? Why did all of you stop thinking? Even something that looks impossible has to be doable. Doesn't it always work like that?
Butler, you're the one being ridiculous. If you think a human could have done it, try explaining now. You can you?
And you're okay with saying the culprit is a witch just because I can't explain it? With that argument, all the unsolved crimes in the world could be resolved by saying a witch is the culprit.
Oh,
Butler, you're sidestepping the issue, and you aren't explaining anything. We're saying a human couldn't have done it. Therefore, the culprit is something that isn't human, and that something is a witch. And yet you keep arbitrary deciding that witches are impossible, even though you can't explain anything. It's almost like humanity was during the Dark Ages. Okay. Like those fools who claimed the heavens spun around the earth. Those who said that the earth couldn't be spinning even though they couldn't explain why. Okay.
That kind of argument kind of pisses me off. So this is basically what you're trying to say. If I can't explain how a human could do it, they must accept that the culprit is a witch?
It's not like we're forcing you to go that far. We were just wondering on what basis you can say such nonsense.
It's nonsense. Hey, have I really been saying something that weird just now? Am I the one who's crazy? You guys are starting to freak me out.
Butler-sama, when I died in the boiler room, I was killed by a 19th person who shouldn't exist. Can you explain how a human could have done that? At that time, the locations of the 18 were well known. Even so, I was killed.
We talked about that in the story as well, right? Kumasawa Bachan, for example. She said she followed right after you and headed down to the boiler room, but we can't know for sure whether that was a lie or not. For all we know, she might have entered the boiler room with you and caught you by surprise. Or maybe, when you stepped into the boiler room, you activated some kind of trap, one that might have been set up to hit you with one of those ice picks. After all, the single of grandfather's body was coming from the incinerator. Someone was bound to go and check, so if the culprit just set up a trap beforehand, they could easily have stayed away from that place and used the time of Kanan-kun's death to create an alibi.
You talked about a trap in the boiler room, but what kind of trap could that be?
That's right. Following his death, everyone immediately ran over to the boiler room. But we didn't find any kind of weird device, didn't we?
That is correct. Butler-sama, what kind of trap could I have been killed with?
Well, I don't know that. But anyway, they must have used some kind of clever trap. Or maybe someone's lying. Or what about this? Kanan-kun, what if the whole thing was just you play acting? That's it. You were just play acting. Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi were also play acting. They made the closed room themselves and were only pretending to be dead.
No nieźle.
Co?
Do reszty mu
Has
odjebało.
your head been given away?
Wszyscy tylko udawali, że umarli. Story rozwiązane.
So like,
Should I bring some cold drinks?
Don't look at me with those pitying eyes. I'm not saying something that crazy, right? I'm just pointing out some possibilities you might find if you think of it all as a trick.
Jezu, Butler próbuje kołpować. Nie wychodzi mu to.
Look, bardzo mu to nie wychodzi. Look, it isn't a pre-classic trick mystery stories that have one of the victims just be playing dead.
A classic trick.
In other words, when Kanan-kun was killed, we knew for sure where all the rest of us were. And let's assume that Kumasawa Bachan wasn't lying. But that's only counting the survivors. What if the culprit pretended to be dead and joined a group of real victims so we'd lose track of them and then acted on their own later? Everything would be explained.
No, classic Agatha Christie.
Huh? So you're trying to say that Aunt Eva or one of the others was the culprit? But didn't Dr. Nanja confirm all of their deaths as a doctor?
That's right. Dr. Nanjo checked all of the victims. But Narsama, for your theory to work, wouldn't Dr. Nanjo have to be one of the culprits too?
Yeah, that's right. Once you consider that Dr. Nanjo might have been one of the culprits, fake the proclamation of death, the whole story changes. See, that's also a classic trick in mystery novels, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Ooh, but Dr. Danger was also killed, right?
About that, that's right. Dr. Nanjo faked his death.
Nie wierzę.
After all, there wasn't anyone except Dr. Nanjo who
A
could
to
examine corpses.
był
Really?
ketchup.
Tak, to był ketchup. Komu się wylał sok pomidorowy.
Nikt
Albo
inny nie
pomidorowy.
potrafi odróżnić martwego człowieka od żywego.
Real.
Yeah. And everyone was really confused then anyway. We didn't have any spare time to check and see if he still had a pulse. With his theory, any one of the dead people could have been walking around.
The Walking Dead.
Whoa.
I think it would have been hard for the 6 of us who died in the beginning to do that. After all, the shutter was closed, and there was a padlock that couldn't have been opened from the inside.
That's right. Mom was holding onto the key. So was Mom one of the culprits too?
Wait a sec. Maybe it was impossible for the first 6, but in the case of Aniki's parents, the door was only locked on the outside, so they could have opened it from the inside. That's right. After we left the room, maybe they jumped out the window and went to the boiler room first. Is that too much of a stretch? Or maybe Dr. Nanjo made a mistake when examining the corpses? Look, he said it himself, right? He said there is a very high probability of making a mistake when examining corpses. If you
And you
disguised
also
it well
agree.
enough or prepared a substitute body, you could fake your own death. Let's leave the method or trick they used for later. And you see, it's not that hard to deny a 19th person existed, right? Tak, Butler. Much less a witch, right? At least that much is completely impossible.
I don't know why you've been trying so stubbornly to say that one of us is the culprit. In other words, you want to suspect one of your relatives?
That's not it. It's just I can't easily accept that a 19th person existed. And even if one did, I think we should construct our argument from the point of view that the culprit was a human. I'll only accept that it's a witch in desperation. At the very end, after everything else had been disproved. There's no way witches exist, right? Why has everyone been casually accepting that the culprit was a witch? I think it's great how your family love makes you hate the thought that someone close to you is a murderer. But is it okay to let that fool you? Don't you want to find the detestable culprit who killed so many people? Aniki, don't you want to avenge your parents? Jessica, don't you want to avenge Kanon-kun? And Kanon-kun, don't you want to avenge Shannon-chan? Shannon-chan, you should at least want to know who it was that killed you. Why has everyone totally surrendered and decided that the culprit was a witch? What's wrong with all of you?
Fakt, jakby ktoś mnie zabił, też bym chciał w sumie wiedzieć kto.
Mm,
Tak na wszelki wypadek.
no, w sumie też.
Nie żebyś
The
mógł
foolish
potem
and
coś
short-tempered
zrobić z
battler.
tą informacją.
No, ale chciałbym przynajmniej wiedzieć, kto to zrobił. The foolish and short-tempered battler tried to force his ignorance on the others and yelled at them. However, everyone just looked at him pityingly, silently watching over him. At that time, the wise Maria laughed and pointed out Battler's.
I'm shocked. All I see is you repeating this nonsense, thinking you figured something out, Butler. So, what's next? How would a human do it? In practical terms, I mean, I imagine you will say, I just can't think of anything now, or with some kind of device, using abstract words to run away and evade the topic. What I really want to know, Butler, is this. Why don't you believe in Beatrice? She exists, so why don't you believe?
Because she doesn't exist. Witches don't exist. There's no way.
Witches don't exist. Łe.
Dosłownie on. It was almost like a spoiled child who just doesn't want to accept something. The pitying gazes quietly closed in around Battler, but they didn't reach his stubborn heart.
You realize that you're acting just like a spoiled brat throwing a tantrum, right?
Butler-sama, I understand your feelings, but Beatrice does exist.
Buttercum, why don't you believe? Even though there's so much proof.
I don't accept the argument that the witch must have been behind everything because I can't explain it. Does this mean that if you don't know how a light bulb shines, then magic is the cause? That's wrong, isn't it?
Morozu.
There's nothing that can be explained without magic. All of this about witches and magic is just abdication of thought. You just surrendered and gave up because you don't understand what happened. Isn't that right?
Key. Well, unsurprisingly, it looks like you alone won't believe, no matter what, Butler. If even a single person doesn't believe, the miracle won't occur. So if you don't rethink your ignorant theories, the magic won't be completed.
Now I see. Finally figured it out. So in other words, you guys are trying to force me to say the witch exists, right? A lie that everyone accepts becomes the truth. Is this what is this all about? Huh? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I keep going on about this, but what you're doing is all useless. I refuse. You guys are all pressing me, and that's why it's all useless.
Why?
Sorry, but why didn't you let me spin the chessboard around one last time?
To na pewno nie jest
If you want to
ostatni raz.
force me to...
Nie
Na pewno nie. Nie, na pewno nie. If you want to force me to accept that there's a witch, there's a really easy way.
Mówiłeś kwestię?
Że to na pewno nie jest ostatni raz, jak obraca tą szachownicę.
O nie, będzie ją kręcił i kręcił, aż
Mm-mm.
leci, jak helikopter.
Mogliby go podłączyć do prądnicy, kurde.
And it's not the indirect way of saying it must be a witch because humans couldn't have done it. All you have to do is show me a witch doing it with magic. Furthermore, What Maria said earlier is what really did her. You said that even if one person does, miracle won't occur. But real miracles happen whether people believe in them or not, even if I alone don't believe. So any miracles or magic or witches that exist only because I believe in them are downright lies.
Tak, Butler, wszystko kręci się wokół ciebie.
Mhm.
On jest main charakter, nie rozumiesz?
No właściwie to tak.
On ma plot armor, dlatego się dostał do Golden Land, mimo że nie wierzy.
Logiczne. The uneasy mood following Battler's ignorant rant was blown away by a very soft and light laugh.
Umineko by było lepsze, gdyby
O.
Butler umarł jako pierwszy.
Whose laugh? Battler was surprised. She had never heard that voice before.
Czyżby?
Beatrice?
When he looked at George and Jessica, at Shannon and Ken and Maria, he noticed that they had suddenly gone respectfully silent.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Yes, no w końcu!
Nie wierzę! Beatrice!
Oh!
How
Ale smuga fajna.
amusing! I haven't met such a charming human for some quiet time.
What? Who are you?
Beatrice, Jezu, jaki debil.
So you don't even know the host of the tea party to which you were invited. How amusing indeed.
This is Beatrice-sama, the golden witch who has lived for 1,000 years.
It is peaceful.
It is an honor to be graced with your presence, Beatrice-sama.
Sigma.
Please forgive Butler's ranting.
This guy is just stubborn and he still doesn't understand the situation he is in. Treat this is. Most witches get tired of living after the first 1,000 years. How nice it is to meet a man with a backbone such as yourself every once in a while.
Ale jest smug.
It is quite an honor to be presented when Beatrice shows herself Butler.
How astonishing. Are you really that desperate to make me believe that a witch, to the 19th person, is the culprit?
It's always Sachi Butler.
Nie no, myślisz, że on to
This is starting to get
zaakceptuje?
interesting. It's all useless. You must be the illusion that Maria and the other is called Beatrice.
Okay.
Naćpały go po prostu.
And you'll only be allowed to exist if everyone believes it. You have that kind of existence, right? That's what you want to make me believe too. You can't exist because I alone don't believe in you. Isn't that right?
Your powers of comprehension aren't bad for a mere commoner who knows nothing of magic. Yes, it seems you were born with a strong magic-resisting power. You are a natural enemy of us witches. No matter how much we turn your world upside down, you never believed in us. Therefore, the magic won't succeed. I accept that attitude of yours.
I've got no clue what you're saying. It's very kind of you to go to all the trouble of showing yourself to us. But I don't believe you exist in the slightest.
Jest przed tobą.
Pierdolisz, nie istniejesz.
Przed tobą.
W sumie pamiętajmy, że to chyba taka trochę metafora to, co tutaj się dzieje. Chyba.
Mhm.
No,
Tak.
ale i tak stoi przed nim dosłownie. No nie się.
No i co z tego? To niech zrobi
Są
magiczną
włosy w
sztuczkę.
głowie.
Bro.
It's true that many strange things happened during those 2 days, like Maria said earlier. Even though I think all the tricks could be explained, I still can't lay out the practical details of each one. However, that doesn't mean I'll surrender. I'm different from the rest of them, got it? I'll never accept that it was the work of a witch just because I can't explain it.
This keeps getting more amusing. Making your surrender will be worth my while. You're just the kind of a man I'd like to force into praising my name.
Okay.
Kinki.
I'd love to try and make a man like you kiss my toes.
Wow.
Okay.
Okej.
Okay, Kiki.
Whoa,
Ale ma życzenie.
whoa. If you want to talk nonsense, talk all you want. I deny you exist. All of the events can be explained with human tricks. There's no room for even a speck of magic or witches.
Wonderful! What a perfect way to divert oneself from 1,000 years of boredom. Let me ask you. A short while ago, you said that using the crack in the door would be sufficient to kill Eva and Hideyoshi, right? Explain how they could have been killed using some human trick.
Ale ona jest smug.
Suddenly jumping right into the toughest part, are you? Does that mean the trick? This is the trick you're proudest of? Miss Real Culprit?
Miss Beatrice.
Wow, slajdy jak w prezentacji jakiejś.
Ja za
Nie
prezentację o konikach. Tam były takie...
With a shake of her golden pipe, gentle multicolored smoke trailed out of the end.
Multicolor? Ona kolorową chmurę puściła.
The smoke quickly obscured their surroundings, and they were suddenly in the hallway of the mansion.
Bro, co się
Wow!
kurwa dzieje?
Co się
Wow!
stało?
The door in front of them, slightly open but secured by the chain, was... That's right. It's the door to the room where Eva and Hideyoshi were. Nice trick.
Very well. Show me what you would do through this small crack, battler.
They probably had some device to shoot those ice picks. If they use that...
How do you reach Eva over on the bed when you can't see that far through the crack? And how would they reach Hideyoshi in the bathroom with the door shut?
Damn, there's a crack. There should be some way.
If you can think of one, allow me.
Oh, how would a witch do it? Come on, let's see your little trick.
Butler, you're being rude to Beatrice.
Based. How nice. How nice. What a charming man. That will make it even more fun to force him into submission.
Boże.
Cool. You really want to make me kiss your toes that much? If only if I surrender. But watch, I'll definitely expose this trick, and then I'll make you kiss my ass instead.
Oh,
Super.
Ooh.
Co u ciebie, Marci?
Ale ją usmażył.
Delightful man. I remember that promise. Niesamowite. Weak witches kiss the behinds of demons to gain power. Because there is no more humiliating oath. Just being told that makes me want to force you into surrender.
Teraz to Butler się już nie podda. Jak mu obiecała, że go pocałuje w dupę.
O nie. Pasują do siebie idealnie.
Dosłownie, zgrana partia.
Paying no mind to Battler's worthless ranting, Beatrice once again shook the golden pipe. That's right, that golden pipe was her precious magic cane.
Children, I am the guide of the purgatory. Forgive the deadly sins and hold the 7 stakes.
Guided by those magic words, which sounded like a command, 7 stakes scattered. They were the stakes of the 7 demons, symbolizing the deadly sins of sinful people.
Beelzebub and Asmodeus, come forgive the sins. Release the spirits of the sinners.
What? The pigs of Beelzebub and Asmodeus responded to Beatrice's call. The 2 stakes of the demons were sucked in through the crack of the door, like 2 billiard balls stuck by a Q's stick. Then, several scattered noises refracted through the wall, making a sound like a woodpecker. And at the end, a pleasant sound could be heard.
Co to za dźwięk?
Very pleasant. Nareszcie.
Nie wiemy.
Był
To
ten
był
dźwięk.
satisfying
It
sound.
was a small It was a small, satisfying sound, like the one heard when someone is chopping firewood at the falling axe. Tam chyba ktoś zrobił literówkę, ktoś chyba zjadł E.
No, chyba.
Nie, to jest poprawne pisowne.
And the
A?
falling axe. A ty faktycznie. At the falling axe neatly and easily slide. Chyba coś widziałem kiedyś tak.
Tak, są dwie
Hmm.
poprawne. Dwie poprawne.
Ale jasne.
Taka sytuacja. And the falling axe neatly and easily slices through the wood. It was the sound of the 2 pigs burying themselves deep into the Yoshi's forehead.
Right down the middle. Want to see?
They definitely heard 2 sounds like a pair of foreheads being split open. Battler wasn't permitted to see it since he was on the other side of the door, but those 2 had died again. And the second time, they lay not an inch apart from where they had lain the last time, with the exact same blood spray as before. You moron, that's insane. You think you can just kill them like that?
I can kill them. I can kill them just like this.
Prezentacja znowu.
Niesamowite, prawda?
Suddenly, they were no longer in the hall, but seated at the tea party they had started from.
To jest dom Beatrice.
Everyone but Butler was sitting meekly. But Cannon was moaning, fresh blood dangling from his mouth. What a rude thing to do at a tea party.
Ugh.
A Satan's stake was buried deep into Cannon's chest.
Ugh. Ugh.
Cannon-kun! Cannon-kun! Damn it! Butler was the only one getting agitated. George, Jessica, Shannon, everyone else was meekly hanging their heads like students being yelled at by their teacher.
And was captivated by a tripping anger and tried to disturb my main cat. Being easily captivated by anger is your deadly sin. Cleanse yourself, repent, and do it over. Cope, Steve.
Please. Beatrice-sama, please forgive him. I think Kanon-kun was repented enough.
Wonderful. I am generous to those who respect me.
Don't screw with me. Do you think I'll accept your existence because of this cheap act? Like hell, you're a 1,000-year-old witch. Your tricks aren't 1,000 years old. They're just the sum of a century of old classic tricks from the mystery genre. There's no such thing as magic. Definitely not. All of the crimes can be explained with human tricks.
You would explain my 1,000 years with 100 years of humans? Good, good. That's why I like you.
Foolish butler.
Cut it out, Butler-kun. You can't. Go against the witch.
Shannon started moaning, holding her cheek. Maybe she had a toothache. But apparently it wasn't a toothache after all. A slight redness spread across the cheek Shannon was holding. It looked like that redness was causing Shannon unbearable pain. Her fingers were pressing in against her cheek, and drops of sweat appeared all over her body.
Shannon, Shannon, hang in there, hang in there.
What's going on? Damn it, what the hell is that red stuff?
Ketchup.
It expanded rapidly, covering half of Shannon's face. Then, the stupid Don's battler finally realized.
Please, Butler-kun, please believe in Beatrice-sama. I beg you. Because you won't believe. Because you won't believe. The magic is dissolving.
For the first time in his life, Battler heard that sound, like a pomegranate splitting. The red spray even landed on Battler's face. Poor Shannon's face had been split in half, and her last horrible moments in that storehouse were repeated once again.
Wow, Shannon, Shannon, wow.
Damn it, stop it! Don't humiliate the dead, don't humiliate the dead! This time, the redness spread across George's entire body. It was like the beautiful cloud drawn by milk when it's poured into black tea. It spread out and extended across his entire body.
Also,
As it did, looking at this bizarre spectacle, Battler was petrified as he frantically thought with his pitifully clumsy imagination about the nature of the strange death George and the rest were experiencing. Eventually, that redness reached the nearby Jessica as well. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! What did Aniki do? What did Jessica do? Just stop it!
Butler. her. As long as the last one person denies her, she's an illusion that can't exist.
Are you okay, Jessica? What? Aniki! George was no longer recognizable as a human. He looked like the pile of leftover meat after the good, delicious meat that had been scraped off to be cooked. The only thing that even resembled a human was the shape of his lower jaw and the ribcage. And it was clear that Jessica, who was covered in steadily strengthening redness, was approaching the same fate.
Ooh, Butler. Quick, believe in Beatrice. If you don't, everyone's magic will dissolve.
Maria, it's all over your body too.
I revive all the dead with my magic, but as long as you don't believe, that magic will hold no true power. But I'm sure that a man like yourself won't surrender to something like this, right? Butler, we didn't want to doubt our friends. We refused to face reality and gave them to the witch, but Butler, you want. Give in to the witch!
Żygasz?
Jessica! Jessica! Urgh!
O Jezu, to było potężne.
Dziękuję. Poor Jessica met the same end. Just like George, she ended up like a butcher's leftovers. George and Jessica were now so destroyed, melted, and mixed up, it was impossible to tell them apart.
Butler, don't cry. Beatrice will restore okay. Beatrice will restore the dead over and over, so there's nothing to be sad about. So, even if we die, we're still just fine.
The redness began eating into the whole of Maria's body. The foolish battler watched and screamed.
O, nawet narrator wie, że on jest głupi.
I'm okay. I'm just dead.
Ale banger wleciał.
Ooh, banger. I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you. A witch? Magic? I'll risk my body and soul to deny you. No matter what happens, I can't accept you. Now that you've gone so far to piss me off, I'll never forgive you. I won't forgive. I definitely won't forgive you. You'll regret making me, Urushimiya Battler, your enemy. I'll deny you no matter what. No matter how baffling things get, it can be all explained by humans. I'll erase every cell of you from this world.
Wow!
Jezu, ta muza jest niesamowita.
Yo!
Okej, jeżeli to już
Jeszcze
jest
jest
koniec
chyba niby
tego,
jakaś krótka
Ale
scena.
Wiksa.
Ale
czy możemy
było.
zrobić przerwę?
Plus
Tak.
robimy.
No to chyba dobry
chciałabym
moment.
sobie
A co,
zrobić
chcemy lecieć
ciszę.
drugi chapter?
Nie wiem
Możemy.
jak sądzicie.
No, dość krótko dzisiaj było, więc
No,
chyba
No
możemy.
to racja,
Teczkę
racja.
przeczytać.
ja jestem za, tylko przerwa na...
Tam
Picie.
no
No to
spoko,
przerwa.
spoko. Jasne. Tam jeszcze chyba jest jedna rzecz, jakaś krótka na 10 minut czy coś w tym stylu i wtedy drugi chapter.
Aha.
No, ale to dobra, to dobra. To teraz po prostu zrobimy przerwę.
Mhm.
Po prostu tak mówię.
Czyli ten element na końcu.
Patrz, Butlera Onodajskę voice aktuje. Ale jazda. Daisuke on chyba Jotaro? Któregoś JoJo na pewno.
O, wow.
No, Jotaro. Faktycznie. Ciekawe. Dobra, idę sobie też coś do picia wziąć.
Wow.
Oh my god, Beatrice.
Wróciłem.
Halo.
Halo.
Halo?
Beatrycze.
Słychać mnie? O.
Słychać.
Epicko.
Wziąłem sobie Doritosy i tu jest napisane nacho, ale to jest taką czcionką, że to wygląda jak cyrylica i to by było napisane pasno.
Mój ulubiony smak.
Wyśla
Zresztą
Karolowiczowi.
zjadłam. Co?
Jezu, co to było? Oh my god. Jest więcej tej gold ship. Niesamowite.
O, Jezu, już. O ja cię.
Też wszyscy jesteśmy tu.
No chyba wszyscy jesteśmy.
Chyba tak,
Ty
niektóry.
jesteś?
Chyba
Hmm.
nie.
A, niektórego nie ma.
Chyba
No.
nie ma.
Loda wreszcie sobie
Smacznego.
wziąłem. Dziękuję.
Nie no, bez kitu ta ścianka jest jakaś taka crazy.
Mówię, że cyrylica. Na ogólne popatrz. Doritosy sobie wziąłem.
A, czekaj. No faktycznie, co oni?
Modern design be like.
Ale Doritosy są jakieś takie mid. Dla mnie przynajmniej. Ja mam te nacho i były takie... Nie.
Ważne, że mam w domu. Mam co jeść. Ja bym sam nie kupił.
Rozumiem.
Hmm.
Mi się skończyło, bo zjadłam już frytki.
Wszystkie frytki w gruziądzu zjadłaś.
No nie, ale to co
Hmm.
sobie zrobiłam, zjadłam połowę, zanim w ogóle zaczęliśmy grać.
Dałby się jakiś sosik do tych Doritosów. Muszę się nauczyć, jak się robi sos serowy.
Ja też, Boże.
Nie głupie. Nie głupie.
Ja czasem sobie próbowałem robić tak, że brałem te Doritosy, dawałem do takiej szklanej miski i to posypywałem mozzarellą, taką już przygotowaną, poszatkowaną.
Jo.
I no było to
O.
ok, tylko problem jest taki, że ta mozzarella ona spływa na dno. No i tam trochę tego sera faktycznie zostaje na tych Doritosach, ale połowa tego sera po prostu spływa na dno i to jest jeden kawał sera na dnie miski. Więc trochę bez sensu.
Halo?
O, dobra.
Halo.
To w takim razie.
Dzień dobry.
Oficjalnie to było.
Już możemy...
Tak.
No chyba.
Mhm.
Well said, Battler, was it? That's just the thing to divert me from my thousand years of boredom. Come, explain. Try explaining it all with human tricks and learn how low the humans are. Let's see if what humanity has built up in 100 years can oppose my 1,000 years. That's what will make you forcing you to submit so pleasant. So tell me, you who call yourself battler, what about Maria's leather? How the six were killed? The shutter, thirsty seal, the closed room with the shade, Canon in the boiler room, Genji and the others in the lounge. Nazi suicide, the riddle of the epithet, the location of the hidden gold.
Wow! Co to było za przejście?
Damn.
Aż
Yes.
streama rozwaliło.
Butler, why don't you show me the power of humans?
Wręczyłem cię.
Proszę.
Tak w ogóle to przyszło mi teraz na myśl, że w ogóle nie został poruszony temat tego złota, nie? Bo w końcu Natsuki widziała tą sztabkę złota jedną i już w ogóle nie zostało później to poruszone.
No bo oni byli zesrani, że ktoś ich zabija cały czas i nie mieli czasu, żeby myśleć nad złotem.
Myślę, że to całkiem ważne.
Dobra, ale oni troszeczkę głupi byli. I nawet było na tej imprezce poruszane to, że się skupili na tym.
Ale chodzi mi o to, że Natsuki też
No.
nie chciała się zgodzić z tym, że istnieje ta 19 osoba. Mimo to,
Mhm.
że miała jakiś tam clue w postaci wiedzy, że to złoto faktycznie istnieje. No i o ile to nie jest
Tak.
bezpośredni
Czy tam było
dowód, to mogło to
Mhm.
nieco ją przekonać.
Myślę, że mogła po prostu myśleć,
tak,
że ta
tam było
sztabka
napisane
złota
na
to
końcu.
taka, o.
Mhm. Czy tam chyba na końcu było napisane, że tam Beatrycze tam szanowała ją i tam i tak dalej, i tak dalej. I dlatego zgodziła się na pojedynek. Więc nie wiem.
Po prostu umarła za ich grzechy.
Coś tam z nim jest. O.
Wow, Jezus Chrystus.
Dobra.
O Jezu.
No, krzyknąłem.
No, proszę.
Brawo, co to było?
O,
Dziękuję za 4
O,
pytajniki. Przydatne.
kolejna rzecz.
Co to jest?
No 4 pytajniki.
Bonus.
Okej, mało mi to mówi.
Dobra.
4 pytajniki, nie widzisz?
Tam
O
4
Jezu,
pytajniki.
Tea
kolejne!
Party of the Unhuman.
Kolejne do czytania, co nie jest main story.
I co tam jeszcze jest? Sharebox Music.
No.
To co, czytamy to, czy nie?
Aha.
No
No
chyba
tak,
musimy.
no
Chyba
czytamy.
Tak. Ja nie wiem, ile nam to zejdzie, jak jeszcze są
Teraz
jakieś
będę mieć
side
nowe
story
role.
po drodze.
Nie, z tego co widziałem, to jest akurat krótkie. To luz.
Niby tak, ale
No.
mimo
Wow.
wszystko. Wow!
What sort of tea should I prepare next? You have free choice of any brand that ever was throughout the ages.
Wow.
Yes, burn! Burn, Castrel!
Dried plum black tea. The kind that goes for 200 yen a pack.
Niezły opis.
To jest... Ja jak mam całą jakby klepę, cały regał z czekoladami, ja wybieram najtańszą czekoladę Allegro za 2,10.
Najlepszy
For
wybór.
1,000 years I have been fond of black tea, but I did not know of such a thing. I will never tire of living in this world.
Bito, you don't have to display such hostility. I am just a wandering witch. Nie wiem, jak jej głos dać. I didn't come with the intention of violating the rules of your territory.
Tootsie, I bear nothing of that sort. I am just terribly concerned with seeing to it that the legendary witch, Lady Burncon's hostel, is well attended to.
You misunderstand. I am powerless. For a witch such as you, who possesses the dreadful power to kill an individual and 100 times, I am completely powerless.
That a powerless lady witch like you possesses a power that no one can approach is what is truly terrifying. After all, that great witch, Lady Lambda Delta, was dethroned by you alone.
Lambda Delta?
No.
No,
No,
Okay.
ten
Babcią.
klon Satoko, ta dziwna Satoko.
I only won an endurance contest. She simply got tired.
That is not what Lady Lambda Delta said through, though.
Nie
Too
rozumiem
much
mnie Lambda Delta.
compensively Lady Mernha said.
Lambda Delta.
No brzydka w nie lubię.
Lambda Delta. Okej.
Wygląda
That girl
tak se,
has
ale ma
dreadful
różowe ciuchy.
power. The power to kill an individual without fail. However, without fail doesn't exist in this world. No matter how many times you divide one, you can never reach zero. Nie, już zero. That girl has the power to bring the odds of failure down to almost exactly zero. The power to give rise to almost perfect century. I hope I never have to fight such a terrifying wish again.
Aha, to ona jest po prostu leniwa, okej.
Jezu, ta delta jest
Mhm.
brzydka. Ale jest różowa.
No.
Bo like... jak Founty. However, you have the power to cause success without fail, as long as the odds are not zero. Though you'd say without fail. It exists in this world,
O
but
Jezu,
it doesn't help
myślałam. Z tłem jeszcze, że...
power yourself. How very terrifying.
The power to kill an individual endlessly. I think you're the more terrifying one.
You just. From your point of view, mine is a product tracing power. This is most certainly what one would call an empty praise.
Siema.
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 O, cześć, niebieski.
Ejże.
Czy on mi da jakiś znak?
Tak, duś się w pokoju obok. Idź go
Podejdź tam do niego może.
Nie, no co ty.
Halo, czy mnie słychać?
Tak.
Nie, nie słychać. cię.
Tak, słuchać.
Jaki
Chlebek.
chlebek? Co?
Lubisz smak jagodowy?
Ale się znalazł żartownik.
Co to jest za pytanie?
Odpowiedz.
Odpowiedz, tak czy nie? Tak czy nie?
Sok
To jest
jagodowy?
istotne. Ale
Ma.
może być, że sok. Może być, że sok. Ogólnie
To
pytałem o
lubię.
smak, ale... Okej, dobra, dzięki, nara.
Proszę bardzo, do widzenia.
Miłego Umineko.
Dziękujemy.
Dziękujemy.
Odpowiedziałaś prawidłowo.
Dzięki.
Nie umrzesz tym razem.
Yes! Hell yeah! Sigma. Call it flattery to make up for the cost of staying here. I am a fleeting traveler who crosses the fragments, continually running from boredom. I simply came around because I heard you'd start something interesting. Have no doubt that I will choose to leave as soon as you are no longer interesting. Boring woman.
Secrets of deeply and humbly delighted to have the great Lady Baron Gospel as an observer. And so, your impression?
Lambda Delta is terrifying because of her cruelty, but she's a girl I can understand. You do seem to be capable of affection, but I can't understand you at all. That makes you much more terrifying than her. Są wiedźmy. W końcu.
Fickle by nature, do forgive me.
Nie było nic słychać.
Przepraszam. Mój piękny voice tak mi się bardzo...
Jak ucięło!
Fickle by
Próbowała
nature,
chociaż.
do forgive me. Besides, I believe you also enjoy entrusting your fate to the role of Fickle Die, right, Lady Verncastle?
When I roll the dice, I have a role I really want to get. Unlike you, You, on the other hand, never let the dice fall from your hand. So whatever the roll might have been, you're never disappointed. Whatever roll the dice show you, you are satisfied, without fail. In that sense, you far surpass me. Czemu ona się tak dezintegruje cały czas? You're
Ale nie,
one
no,
I
one się
really
kurwa-
don't want to fight with.
One się
Inside-
teleportują na sufit. Zobacz.
Inside of you, there's nothing but zero!
Wow.
Yo, jaki burd! Czekaj. Inside of you, there's nothing but zero! That's why I can't win against you with my power. It's the worst compatibility. Perhaps Lambda Delta, on the other hand, has a good compatibility against you, since she would be able to kill your endless nature.
Yes, the witches truly are the best people to enjoy black tea with 1,000 board.
Znowu! Znaczy, ona się nie zdezintegrowała, tylko zintegrowała. Then I'm relieved. Boredom is the only poison that can kill me. So don't kill me, okay? Lady Beatrice, Endless Witch. Jaki głos ma Berncast, albo nie wiem jak mówi.
Interpretuj. Jest chwilka. If such is your wish, I, Beatrice, shall show you an even better time. In that case, wouldn't it be best if I brought the next chessboard in the right way? It seems the next tale would do more for you than another cup of black tea.
Ja myślę, że ma spokojny głos.
Just wait.
Bez emocji.
Czyli tak jak ja normalnie mówię, okej, mogę.
No,
Hell yeah!
Już powiedziałam.
A ona też się zdezintegrowała. What is going on?
No one się kurwa latają po tym pokoju pewnie.
One są takie...
nie chce im się chodzić.
Something troublesome seemed to have taken a liking to you. I'd really like to lend you my power, but as you just heard, that girl's power and mine have a very bad compatibility! Unfortunate as that may be. But you really are pitiful. So I will help you out just a bit. Wow,
A,
czemu ona jest szara?
do nas mówi?
Ona umarła!
a tak.
First of all,
Ber
about
mówi do mnie.
her.
A, takie coś.
Beatrice is dead. Już przeczytałam to.
No w końcu było, że none shall be left alive, więc ona też musi umrzeć.
She does
No w sumie też.
She does have the name Beatrice, but that doesn't necessarily mean she is one individual woman. Okay? Ona jest zbiorem kilku kobiet. Get what I mean? In other words, she's not some human. Her existence is a personification of the rules of this world. Okay. That makes sense. To beat her, you have to expose the rules of this world and unravel them. Perhaps this can be to learning the rules of chess by watching a game. Pomijam dziwne słowo. First take a good look at the chessboard. Then learn the movements and roles of the pieces. Then look for the conditions required to win at her game. When you manage to reveal all these things, her heart will be exposed. After that, you can rip it apart or crush it as you please. I am being quite generous. In the past, when I had a human body, it took me 100 years to notice even this much. This is my meager farewell gift to you. The pitiful one captured by Beat. Music. Party. It's just like a spoon.
Beat Mario.
Broken.
Beat Mario! A spoon can be used for more than just drinking soap. You can use it to dig through the prison you're locked in. Or as a weapon to catch the witch's eyes out. Okay. Of course, you can also use the spoon to continuously sip the watery soap inside your eternal self. Czyli to, że ja piję zupę łyżką, to jest...
Tylko jedno zastosowanie.
Nie wykorzystujesz jej całego potencjału.
Matrix
No
No
dosłownie!
właśnie.
Łyżki też można
Źle
wyginać.
jej używasz.
Siłą
Powinno
umysłu.
wyjść z Matrix
Dokładnie.
i zadźgać łyżką wiedźmę.
Nie
Mhm.
powinna.
A, sorry.
Powinnaś. Taką mam możliwość.
Mam sprzeczne sygnały.
Rabili są niezdecydowanie.
Don't get the wrong idea. I have no intention of becoming your ally.
Jeden
I
wilk
do
powie
feel
tak, a drugi tak.
Empathy for you, but I won't help you.
Jeden gracz
Tak,
Umineko
a
powie
jest-
jeden, drugi drugie.
It's like I'm sitting in
Mhm.
front of the television yelling at you on the other side, even though my voice won't reach you. Smutna. To też ja mam czytać? So you understand that I am a witch, right? Ona ma takie oczy smutne. I intend to enjoy this endless series that Vito is going to wait until I tire of it. But that alone won't hold my interest. That's why I will lend you my power. It's also that I don't get tired of this. Come on, Aporyczy. I am the cruelest witch in the world. Ale
Tam.
edgy! Nie mogę. Whoever the opponent may be, I will make them surrender with certainty. Even if it's Beatrice, the endless witch, okay? You are my game piece. Give it your best shot. I will give you advice sometimes out of her sight. Don't bore me, okay?
Jest, madam.
Dezintegracja. Okej, to było crazy.
No.
Mamy bojowe zadanie, nie zanudzić Burncastem.
No,
Polityka las.
musimy się zaangażować.
Mam wrażenie, że to może być ciężkie.
Next
Jeżeli-
episode. A, żeby w ogóle przeczytać drugi epizod, musimy wszystko przeczytać. No,
Ale
dobra.
jasne.
Pamiętam, że w ogóle nie wiem, czy w tej wersji, bo to jest zmodowane, ale w normalnej wersji każdy chapter ma jakby poziom trudności.
Co
What?
takiego?
No, poziom trudności. Że poziom trudności w zrozumieniu.
Aha, okej.
No.
A,
Taki nowy
są...
epizod.
Nie. No,
Nie.
Są jakieś dodatki ostre.
A tips?
Tips.
A nie.
Ipy.
Okej. No to co robimy?
Co jest w picture box?
Ty.
Obrazki.
Nowe tło w ogóle.
Jezu, nie mogę.
W sumie tyle wystarczy.
Okej.
Nie mogę. Nie ma
Żadnych
więcej?
innych obrazków nie
Wiesz, no,
Nie
potrzebujesz.
no, są na pewno na innych
A
stronach.
co ty więcej potrzebujesz?
Właśnie nie mam więcej obrazków.
No,
Nie ma?
no właśnie nie ma.
No,
A nie, dobra, to są.
A, dobra.
Są jakieś
Widocznie pierwsze
niepoukładane.
jest tylko dla postaci, czy coś w ten stylu, tu są tła jakieś, to jest
Secret.
kategoriami pewnie.
To jest mocne.
No, to idzie twardo.
O, ta Ewa też jest mocna.
Ale to jak się śmieje. O, Ta.
Ale mad.
Disgust.
O, ta, dokładnie ta.
Wow.
Ona nie potrzebuje miniki tutaj.
Music Box, z tego będę musiał skorzystać. No dobra, no to albo Characters, albo Tips, albo zaczynamy drugi epizod.
Ja bym proponowała drugi epizod i może resztę przeczytamy kiedy indziej.
No,
No
lecimy
dobra.
drugi
No ja też.
epizod, no tam nic nie ma, co nie?
A, okej.
No
Lecimy.
zakładam.
No tam wiesz, pokazane jakie są postaci i tak dalej. No,
Characters to na pewno stypa, natomiast te tipsy to może być coś ciekawego, chociaż no nie wiem.
Figurasz
No,
nie
to
będzie
może
bardzo
być akurat.
świetna.
The story is undoubtedly nothing more than fantasy. What?
Na
Nie
pewno.
wierzę. Nie
Nie
wierzę.
wiem też. Myślę,
Mhm.
że się wydarzyło naprawdę.
No.
George-sama, please look.
W końcu
They're
to jest
so
w
cute.
Polsce.
Look.
Yo! Daily!
Jo! No... Dopadły mi Daily.
Ej, ale fajny ma strój.
Shannon found a pair of hammerhead sharks swimming playfully in the tank and looked as excited as a grade schooler seeing an aquarium for the first time.
Yeah, they are
Wow,
they really are
George.
cute. Almost makes me
Ale
want to
Jaki,
eat them.
jaki luzak.
Luzak.
I feel
Zobacz, jak ma
so sorry
bezpieczną
for them.
koszulę.
Did you know? I hear the Japanese are only people in the world who go to aquariums and say how delicious everything looks.
Nie! Nie można tak mówić.
Is that so? I'm sure even Americans and Italians would want to eat these. Those clothes look good on you. Really.
Shannon clutched at her chest with both hands in embarrassment. She apparently felt like she was being made fun of for wearing these clothes she wasn't used to.
Wygląda
Though
jak
George's
chłopka.
face didn't show it.
Chłopka i dziewczyna, normalna rodzina zresztą.
No właśnie. Though George's face didn't show it, he'd actually said something so completely unexpected that it surprised even him, and he was as embarrassed as Shannon on the inside. Damn.
Wow. Wszyscy się wstydzą.
However, when he saw how embarrassed Shannon was, he started to imagine he was teasing a girl he liked, and instead of embarrassment, a ticklish amusement welled up in him. No, he wasn't just imagining it. He really was teasing the girl he liked.
W końcu są zaręczeni.
Before now, he wouldn't have expected to hear a line like that anywhere these days, not even in a manga or something. In fact, if he'd seen another couple acting like this, his first instinct would be to start throwing rocks at them. Aha. Okay.
Normalne.
Aha.
Widzę, że George się też jest w formie
But-
normalnej rodzinnej.
But even if someone were to start throwing rocks at us now, I'm sure they'd be no different than confetti celebrating our relationship. To check.
To ja czytam.
Tak.
Now,
To teraz George jest narratorem, okej.
I can't even remember those lonely days when I felt jealous of couples who were completely oblivious to their surroundings. To use an old-fashioned phrase, these really are rose-colored days I'm living in. I'm so entranced that I barely notice that massive tank in the world's largest aquarium anymore. Instead, all I see are the expressions flirting across Shannon's face as she plays with the fish.
It's amazing, isn't it? It's my first time seeing a tank large enough for a whale to swim in.
I heard this tank is the biggest selling point here, and that it's the biggest in the whole world.
Is that so? That's amazing. It's really wonderful. It doesn't even look like a tank at all. More like they slice off a part of the sea with a knife and brought it here.
You're
Ona
right.
jest chyba trochę głupia.
This really is a little sea. Despite its size, I hadn't thought of the tank as anything more than a tank. That's why I found her metaphor so interesting. No matter how far humans broaden their experiences, they always end up viewing the world through the lens of their own values. Maybe that's why it's so interesting to interact with people who have different worldviews. I voiced my thoughts on this. She responded.
True, this might not be the real sea, but if those little guys swimming in there believe it's the sea, then that's what it is.
Nawiązanie do Tea Party.
Mój Boże.
Wow.
Even though they're inside a finite tank?
The sea is finite too. Then again, even if the sea were infinite, how much could we cover in our whole lives? I'm sure it would be only a minuscule fraction of the sea.
You're right. It's ironic, isn't it? Even though the world is so vast, most of us humans live our lives without ever leaving our own country.
If the inhabitants of a place believe they're living in a complete world, then even the bottom of a narrow well can be a wonderful world. An entire ocean. At least to the frogs that live there.
Shannon, who spent her days as a servant on a small island 10 kilometers in circumference called Rokkenjima, said that with a smile.
Wow.
Musisz chyba kliknąć.
Będzie
Nie, klikanie nic nie daje.
Dobra, okej.
Musimy to zobaczyć wszystko.
Nie
A, tak,
skipowana
tutaj pewnie normalnie
cutscenka.
jest intro.
Słabe to intro.
Aha, tak.
No, w sensie nie, w normalnej wersji miałeś to 4, a
Jeszcze-
że
jeszcze
to
raz
jest w
powiedzieć, bo
Seventh
cię ucięło.
Expansion, no to masz... w sensie ten, bo normalnie chyba masz to intro, co nie opening, co chapter, a że to jest wersja, że to jest Seventh Expansion z tym openingiem z PSA 3 i on ma tylko jeden opening, no to masz go tylko na tym na początku.
O nie,
I to dlatego.
ale bullshit.
Ale tak i tak, czy wiesz co? Tak i tak chyba pierwsze 3 chaptery mają ten sam opening.
A, okej, no dobra. No to pół biedy w takim razie.
No 4, no, więc spokojnie. Dopiero to jest ważne od 4. chaptera, ale to już pewnie są normalne openingi tam, bo tam się zmienia co chapter.
After we finished walking through the whole aquarium, we had a small late afternoon lunch at a restaurant with a nice view. The word buffet has the power to make any boy's heart leap. I was like that I was like that myself once. But with Shannon beside me, this buffet felt different. I couldn't shamefully pile on only the things I liked. I was, I put it, worried about my appearance and choose a menu suited for a snob. Toast, salad, and a coffee. If I would been by myself, I would made a pile of oily stuff like a yakisoba, mashed potatoes, gratin, and so on. Shannon, isn't that going to be enough for you? If it is, then I guess we men are animals with really bad fuel efficiency.
That's not what I...
Jezu, komar mnie zaatakował.
To za śmieć.
Przepraszam.
On
Chyba
Shannon's
było-
tray, there was only tea and salad. Komary można. Maybe the mere fact that I thought she was a whole plate
Trzeba.
short proved I was thinking with a man's stomach.
Actually, I should be asking you the same thing. Don't you think men should eat a little bit more than that? I imagine you normally eat much more for lunch, right?
Alright, dang. Come to think of it, you already know how much I eat normally because of meals I've had at the head family household.
That's right.
Bo chciał się pochwalić z dobrych
So, I was worried you might have an upset stomach today.
Shannon was kind enough to guess that I wasn't feeling well. Looks like my stupid attempt to show off made her worried. And apparently, my stomach wasn't going to let me show off any longer. Okay, I'll confess. I was just trying to look cool. I held back just because I was with a girl.
I thought so. Considering how much you eat during your lunch at the family conferences, I thought this wasn't nearly enough. Please, don't be so reserved. And feel free to go choose another dish.
It's not fair for only me to be embarrassed. What about you, Shannon? How will you be able to keep up with the Ushiromiya family workload on such a sparse diet? Shannon felt silent and blushed bright red. Apparently, I wasn't the only one showing off. When I realized that, my embarrassment disappeared completely. Oh, so that's not enough for you either, is it? Yeah, you usually eat a bit more than this for lunch.
A woman's stomach is made of magic, so this is enough.
Wow. Chciałabym.
So we've both been showing off to each other. Let's not hold back anymore, shall we? I smiled to show that I wouldn't make fun of her anymore and rose from my seat. After finally coming to Okinawa, it would be a waste if we didn't eat some bitter melon. I'll go get some fried bitter melon or something. Shannon, come with me. Come on, come on.
Ah, yes.
Wiecie, kto nie lubi bitter melon? Yuki Minato.
No nie. To anyone watching us, we might seem like an incredibly charming and embarrassing couple. But it's only after becoming a couple that you realize, to us, this exchange of words is everything. Our entire world. That's why no matter how much everyone else stares at us with blank expressions, we never notice. Indeed, at this age, I finally understand the feelings of couples who want to endlessly flirt without any regard for their surroundings. After I returned with a plate piled up with fried food, Shannon arrived with a pretty cake. While laughing at our fake stoicism, we resumed our lunch. Even though it's a restaurant with a view of the sea, it's so cloudy. Luckily, our window seats gave us a view of seaside scenery so grandiose that it extended even beyond our field of vision. However, because of the cloudy sky, we were only seeing a fraction of its usual beauty.
That's right. If it were clear, we'd undoubtedly see a deep blue sea.
Yep. I'll bet you're already used to the sea around Rokkenjima, but the deep blue of the sea here would surely have been a sight to see. It's a real shame.
Oh, but no matter how blue the sea is at work, it might as well be grey to me. But I'm not working today, so
Apparently, Shannon was doing her best to say an embarrassing line, but I didn't let her get off easy. So close. If only you would say, when watching the sea alone with you, George-sama, it looks deep blue no matter how grey it is. I would have given you full marks on the prize.
I'm sorry.
Wanna hear what the prize was?
Um, uh, if you don't mind telling me.
No, I won't tell you.
That's no fair.
When I was in elementary school, I was always the kid who got bullied. When everyone
Boże,
teased me... Jezu, dosłownie ja. When everyone
widzę,
teased
co
me...
Paweł
No,
pisze na ogólnym.
Literally me? Oh wow, nie wierzę.
Paweł się aktywował, jak zobaczył coś o prądzie.
Jakby Paweł był butlerem w tej grze, to by wszystko próbował wyjaśnić za pomocą elektryczności.
ej, to był banger, actually.
To będzie
Na
ta
pewno.
nowela. To będzie ta nowela, co napiszemy kiedyś.
Tak.
Okej,
Może.
jestem za.
When everyone teased me, I grew nervous and speechless, to the delight of the bullies. Back then, I wondered why everyone teased me. But now, teasing Shannon like this, I understand why. This is so much fun! I can play with her emotion however I please! And I can have them all to myself!
Manipulacja. To jest manipulacja.
200 IQ. Ten człowiek myśli.
Right now, I can't think of any greater pleasure. That's why I have to go easy on her. It's not as though I want to make her feel embarrassed and upset. So I decided to be nice and change the subject. Best not to be too obstinate. When you have finished your lunch, do you want to take a walk on the beach? Maybe the clouds will clear up and we'll get a beautiful view of the sea.
That's right. I want to go see it.
Yeah, let's do it. But that cake really does look delicious. Maybe I will get one of those too.
You mustn't. If you eat cake after eating so much, you'll get fat. It looks like Hideyoshi-sama's blood is pretty thick in you, George-sama. So
Yeah.
you'll get chubby if you don't take care.
Leburno.
Bra. Nie wiem tyle.
Shannon, you won't stop liking me if I get fat, will you? After all, I wouldn't stop liking you if you got fat.
I didn't mean it that way. If you don't take good care of your body, it'll be bad for your health. Oh,
Mother warns me all the time too. I wonder if I'll have to take up Tai Chi Kwon or something like she does and get some exercise.
when going on a diet, it's better to start by rethinking your eating habits, rather than just exercising all the time. Apparently, the exercise only helps if you're eating well first.
In other words, you're telling me to hold off on the cake, huh? Then I guess I'll just have to gaze at you while you stuff your cheeks with it, Shannon.
Wow.
Oh, a whole cake is probably too much, but maybe just half of one would be okay. Here, it's really delicious.
Shannon cut her own cake and tried to move half to my dessert plate. I had no doubt that she wanted to share the delicious cake flavor with me. However, I meanly pulled my plate away from her. She blinked in surprise. She couldn't seem to figure out if I was refusing the cake or not. So I winked, opened my mouth, and said,
No way. So that's what you really wanted. Sheesh, you're such a pampered child, George-sama. Okay. Say ah.
With a partly embarrassed, partly exasperated face, Shannon offered the cake to me with a fork.
Um.
Dobre, ciasto. Ineko. It tasted like a cheap chocolate cake you might find anywhere, and yet it was exceptional. Because eating cake in such an embarrassing way, as if you were a couple of perfect fools, had been my dream for many years. It made this cake's flavor heavenly. If the earth is destined to end, I wouldn't have any regrets if it happened right now. It was such a moment of bliss. After that, we gathered shells, ran from waves, and enjoyed each other's company while walking along the beach. In the end, the clouds never parted. However, we both believed that the sea reflected in our eyes was a deep blue.
Somehow, I'm so happy that it scares me.
You do say that from time to time. What is it you're afraid of?
I'm a servant of the Oshiromiya family. For someone like me to be walking like this with a member of the family, it just felt like it was too much for me.
I'm also surprised. I didn't just meet you yesterday or today, Shannon-chan. We've known each other for years now. However, we can only meet during those family meetings that only happen a few times a year. Back then, I couldn't even imagine having the sort of relationship where I could spend time with you like this. It was the same for you too, right?
I...
Hmm?
I did imagine. No, I mean, maybe I should call it a kind of daydream. I did think about what it would be like being in a relationship with you, a boy who was always so gentlemanly and considerate. Though it was only ever a fantastic daydream.
Then we must have your believing heart to thank for our relationship. Magic dwells in the power of love. So, I'm sure that magic brought us together.
You're
Magia.
right.
Beatrice.
I really do think it was
Magii nie ma.
magic.
Beatrice ich zaćwatała.
But you know, that's not actually true. As you kept looking more and more beautiful every year, you became a larger and a larger presence in my mind too. If the same thing happened to you, then the fact that we are here today is simply an inevitable consequence rather than something caused by magic or a miracle.
No, a miracle did happen, George-sama.
She stopped walking down the beach, gazing out beyond the sea. A miracle?
No, it was magic. It happened.
I was bewildered by that slightly mysterious face, which I sometimes heard her use. Magic, you say?
Yes, magic. I doubt you'd believe me if I explain, so I won't. But this bit of magic definitely had the power to grant the miracle that brought us together.
Are you talking about some kind of ritual?
Yeah, you might call it something like that. Except that it really was magic, not just some ritual.
Hmm? Maybe it's all girls, not just Shannon, who tend to treat encounters as miracles or coincidences. For a man like me, an encounter with a girl is 70% hard work to try and make her like you, 20% courage, and 10% coincidence. The part that means everything to her is a much smaller factor in my mind. Maybe that way of thinking itself is calculating and typical of men. But if I said that out loud, it might dissolve all kinds of magic. To my mind, there were lots of coincidences, compromises, and expended effort on both sides before we gained the relationship we have today. At the culmination of all that, we get to spend this joyful time together. And if she wants to call that magic, I've got no objections to her choice of words. So I'll stand up for that magic. You're right. If the same fate were repeated 100 times, maybe you and I could get into a relationship like this only one of those few times. In the other instances, even though we would be aware of each other, maybe we would have only maintained a reserved relationship after all this time. From the perspective of those rather me, sad, and you and I are undoubtedly in a miraculous relationship right now.
That's not what I meant. It really was magic. No matter how often you tell men something like this, they'll never believe it. Kanon-kun didn't believe me at all either.
I believe you. I would hate for the magic to fade away because I didn't believe in it.
George-sama,
In a small voice, I apologize for saying something that trivialized her magic. Shannon seemed to be glad to hear me say that. After all, if two people believe in the magic of love, it becomes eternal. Oh, that's right. I was wondering if you would be willing to agree to a little whim of mine.
yes? What is it?
You call me George-sama, right? It's not that I dislike it, but would you consider not calling me that anymore? Of course, you have to keep up with your appearance with the Ushiromiya family, so I wouldn't force you to do so during your everyday routine on Rokkenjima. But when we're alone, I'd rather you didn't call me that. Yeah, let's make that a rule.
A rule? What would happen if I violated that rule?
Ta relacja jest taka dziwna.
Maybe we should have some kind of punishment game if you break the rule. O nie, Patsugin.
Nie.
O.
Tylko nie tak jak figura Shikira, proszę. Yes, what should it be? Wanna hear?
No, I don't want to hear.
I'll have to think about what it should be.
Okay, George-san?
Yeah. I love the way that sounds. I'm so happy. Shannon.
Kiedy powie do niej Sayo z Bang Dream?
Właśnie.
I also have
O,
another name.
Złota.
It's Sayo.
I see. The rules gotta be fair after all. I follow it too, and from now on, I'll call you Sayo. Okay? Sayo?
Sayo z Bang Dream!
Yes,
I held her shoulder and drew her close. When I forcefully pulled her delicate body towards me, she dove into my chest like a doll. As I held her head in my arms, we both looked at the horizon. What a deep blue sea. I am so happy we got to look at this sea. Just the two of us.
Me too. I'm so glad to have a chance to look at this deep blue sea with you.
As we gazed at the grey sea and the light rain began to sprinkle down, we kept listening to each other's heartbeats.
O. O.
The sound of the waves flows into my ears. No, it's the sound of an enraged sea. My body, bathed in a painfully cold splashes, does not allow me to forget. I won't let me forget the memories of the day my old fate was broken and smashed. Once tomorrows were literally like looking into a mirror. All I ever saw there was the person I already was. Tomorrow was absolutely no different from today. That was my old fate. But then, for the first time, I saw a different fate beyond the mirror. The witch whispers to me.
O kurde, teraz powinno być.
Pośpieszyłaś. She tempts me to take a bite out of the fruit of knowledge. She torments me, saying I'll be furniture. I am the table. As long as I stayed in God's paradise. So I decided to choose the path of knowing love and try to become a person. Those days
Ciekawe,
were
czy to
like
nie
sweet
Shannon,
honey.
ale nie jestem pewien.
No właśnie to
A.
chyba Shannon.
Chyba Shannon
Ja
w
bym
takim
powiedział,
razie,
bo
no.
mebel.
Tak.
George meblem nie jest, ten o tym
Dobra,
się
uznajmy, że Shannon.
Mm.
Those days were like sweet honey, but at the time I didn't realize that they'd be the start of a new kind of suffering. I've arrived at a small island on a motorboat I've only just learned how to use. No, this can hardly be called a small island. It's a little more than a rock jutting out of the water. On this rock is a torii and a small shrine. It was probably built to worship the guardian deity of Rokkenjima. Even though I don't know exactly what it signifies, I know it has to be something holy. Even in a place like this, I've got to take just one more look around to see if there's anyone who might get mad at me for coming. I see nothing but the stormy ocean, Nijima looming in the distance, and the waves breaking against Rokkenjima's steep cliffside.
A może to Kinzo?
Nie wiadomo.
Nie,
I ready
nie,
myself.
nie, dobra. Nie,
Timidly approach the small shrine and take the mirror that lies there as an offering. The mirror looks old, cloudy, and dirty. That would probably make any normal mirror seem horribly cheap. However, since the mirror's been placed in this small shrine, its appearance seems to give some sort of divine quality to it. And there's one thing I can tell. This is no simple mirror. It might seem like an old battered mirror to a non-believer like myself, but it has a great significance. Is it really okay to break this after being captivated by honeyed words? No. This isn't really a mirror. This is the life I couldn't escape until today. My fate. I'll break it. I'll smash it. and seize the life that lies beyond this mirror. If I don't smash it, my life will be a pair of facing mirrors forever. Nothing will ever change in the slightest. The witch whispers. She tempts me to take a bite of the fruit of knowledge. Or maybe I've already tasted of that fruit. After all, I've already experienced those maddening emotions, just as Adam and Eve felt compelled to pluck their fig leaves. I can no longer go on without breaking this mirror. I've struggled with conflicting emotions for many days before this moment. Inside my heart, the virtuous part of mine kept on fighting the part that sides with the witch. And now, here I am. Did the part of me that's here right now win or lose? There's only one thing to know. There's only one thing I know. To obtain something, you must be ready to lose something. Ja podejrzewam, że to jest Kinzo.
Mhm.
Myślę, że to
O
pasuje do Kinzo.
Jezu!
To miałoby dosyć dużo
Kontynuować?
sensu,
Don't
chociaż
risk
może też...
anything. You never try
Dobra,
to
na razie
change
kontynuuję.
anything. A, okej. Po co ja się tak postarałam?
Dobrze, dobrze. Niech będzie. Że ty. Będziemy tak zgadywać ciągle, ale niech będzie.
Aaa! Cowards! Who don't risk anything, who never try to change anything, will never be given the key that opens the path to a new future. That key is already in my hands. And that key is to break this, to smash it. Is there any other effort I can make as furniture imprisoned in rock and geometry's
Chyba
furniture?
jednak nie. Chyba jednak
Nie, no nie mam pojęcia, kto to
nie.
jest.
Jednak
No właśnie. Nie, to jest definitywnie Shannon, tylko że jakaś to jest ten...
No dobra, to
Może się
To ma
okaże-
jakieś
czytam
głębsze
dalej.
dno.
Okej, okej. Is there... No. This is the only way for me. Come, have courage. I'll free myself from being mere furniture. And by accepting a new kind of suffering, I have become human. This is surely a small, yet large trial I must impose on myself. Now, break it. I'll smash to pieces the eternally unchanging fate that imprisons me. I raise the mirror high. I think back on the days of conflict that came before, and finishing my reflections in the blink of an eye, I throw it down. The thunder roars, crying out against me for my outrageous act. It truly is the hatred of angels trying to banish me from eternal paradise. I look down at the mirror tumbling at my feet, broken in two equal parts. And after making sure I've accomplished my task, I scream up at the raging skies. I've kept my promise. Now, it's your turn to keep yours, right?
Thunder Rose
Thunder-
once more. Nie wiem w końcu, czy teraz
Thunder
powinien to
Rose
też,
once more.
narrator czy Shannon.
I've already been banished from paradise. So I'll have to struggle on my own if I want to live. The witch told me that is the single element of this world. To lose it means losing the world. Like how a canteen with a hole in the bottom can't be filled, no matter how much water we pump into it. I've kept my promise. Now it's your turn to keep yours. Please grant my wish, Beatrice-sama!
O,
Ginzo?
What the hell?
Nie no, to już wiadomo, że Rickshon.
Ginzo to samo mówił. Ale... No
Jedna
tak.
osoba.
Z drugiej strony Ginzo mówił to samo na początku.
ja to spoilerowałem i powiedziałbym coś teraz na ten temat, ale... No,
Bez spoilerów, please.
bez spoilerów.
Mhm. Tym. Ja cię.
Kończę.
Meble.
My mind wandered. Back to the days when I could barely imagine the happiness I have now. I was a middle schooler at the time. A normal girl who thought about love as much as you'd expect of someone at that age. But in truth, it was wrong of me to have that dream. After all,
Jessica.
I am furniture.
A, nie.
Furniture is nothing more than a tool, not a human. As a person less than human, simply receiving an education was an enormous blessing. So in reality, even thinking about falling in love was more than I deserved. The Ushiromiya Family Conference was a customary event held every October, but relatives sometimes visited at other times. Of course, they didn't come just to drink tea.
Jak chcesz, to możesz wziąć nawet dużego albo samą zjeść.
Nie.
On this day, Eva's family was visiting the head family on Rokkenjima. The three members of Krause's family and the three members of Eva's family had gathered in the parlor and were having a friendly chat about recent events. Genji had supposedly told Kinzo of Eva's family's arrival, but he still hadn't come down. Co tam, Davey?
O, gdzie...
O,
Nie, ty
Przepraszam,
po prostu...
rozmawialiśmy o kanapkach
kłótnie
niechcący.
małżeńskie.
Dobra, to kontynuuję. He was probably immersed in his research and couldn't spare the time. This often happened, so the others waited patiently for their fickle father to arrive. Nie wiem, czytać, że skoro jestem narratorem, to czytam.
O,
Czytać, czy ktoś inny chce?
Czytaj, czytaj.
Dobra. Oh, how promising. Make sure you work hard under your father, building the skills you'll need if you want to lend him a hand soon.
Thank you very much. I've learned countless precious things from the many experienced people Father has introduced to me. Me too. And these were all things I could never have learned in school.
When you're in school, and it's not math and language you're learning, what they're really teaching you is the right outlook and attitude for learning more.
Nie.
Once you've got that base, you can finally start a long period of study that lasts your
Dosłownie
entire life.
fajny.
Gościu chodził do dobrej szkoły.
Chyba do prywatnej chodzi.
Nie to co my.
Widać, że nie Polak.
No.
No. People who don't get this end up spending their whole lives as fools. Never learn. Just getting full marks in math and language won't do you any good at your company.
On właśnie obraził cały naród polski.
Cały bang dream.
Indeed, that is
Trzeba
exactly
być
right.
successful businessman. Oh my god.
Indeed, that is exactly right. Hideyoshi-san, your style of education never fails to impress.
spójrzcie na jego minę.
George isn't a quite full man yet. He better always keep that in mind and embrace his studies.
Stop it, dear. George is always giving it his all, right?
Sorry, mi się zacina. Właśnie.
Co to czyta?
Czytać? Czy ktoś przyjmuje?
Ja bym powrócił mniej więcej do pierwotnego składu.
Czyli chyba ja
Prywatnego?
powinnam.
Tak.
A,
Truly admirable. I wish our Jessica would learn from him.
Daily jest z nami?
Niebieski. Chyba nie ma.
Tak w ogóle ten
Niebieski,
Rozmawiają o
stream
kanapkach.
czasami miga, jakby się pojawiało jakieś
Nie,
okienko, które jest pod spodem.
Discord,
Halo?
jakby było
Hawusek
widać.
chyba
bo
przełączyłem
ja-
pomiędzy Discordem a...
Nie, tak,
Raz,
nie,
dwa, słychać mnie? Już?
Ale to jest takie momentalne tylko mignięcie, więc nie przeszkadza.
Halo?
tak, słuchajcie, tak.
No,
Okej,
no,
bo zmieniam
już.
internet.
Tak.
Sheesh, are you
Ah,
still holding a grudge about that test score? I'm studying for the test best I can. At least don't say it here, pissing me off.
Bo
Once
ja
people
chyba,
started
nie
praising
wiem,
George
Patryk
for his
będzie w ogóle w tym
diligence,
rozdziale?
the conversation usually turned
Nie,
to
no bo go
Jessica,
nie ma w
who
ogóle.
hated studying. Znaczy, pewnie
Mhm.
będzie. Myślę, że będzie, tylko teraz to jest z
Teraz nie
perspektywy
ma.
Shannon. Ale
No dobra.
on pewnie się pojawi. Pewnie wszystkie
Pewnie
postacie będą.
To już jest
Dobra.
normalny part kolej?
Tak, tak.
Crazy. Sorry,
Jessica
robiłam-
made an openly displeased face, as though she had known this would happen. My. Schoolwork aside, it seems Jessica had better learn to choose her words a little more gracefully. How improper for the single daughter who bears the weight of the Ushiromiya family crest.
Come now, she's quite appealing in her own way, isn't she? Times change. The time when we had to act all modest and entertainment ended long ago.
That's right, that's right. I knew you'd understand, Aunt Eva.
My
Fine,
headache is truly trying today.
Are you okay? Aunt Natsuki, you're looking a bit pale.
Thank you. I'm fine. Still, time really has flown. It feels like just yesterday when you would run around half naked by the beach and come back soaked. Okej. To jest ta ciotka, co przychodzi, raz ją w życiu widziałeś i mówi, że ci zmieniała pieluchy.
Tak.
Wasn't your
tak,
Jessica
tak.
Chan the same? And now she's a lady who fusses over how to put on makeup. I see you focus on your eyebrows. You look really cute today.
Thank you very much. No one noticed. So I was a bit unsure of myself. Bro, co się dzieje? Jakby nie czuję kawałka nogi. Dlaczego nie czuję kawałka nogi?
Daily, nie umieraj.
O Jezu.
Wiedźma cię zaatakowała.
Cukrzyca ją dopadła, nagła.
Za dużo Umineko. Tak się
No
kończy.
to koniec,
Umineko.
amputacja.
Dawkowała Umineko.
A full smile rose to Jessica's face as the results of her own studies were finally appreciated. Eva smiled back in the same way. Then she turned that smile towards Natsu.
Co? Ona jest miła dla niej? Nie wierzę.
Pewnie
Come on,
ironicznie.
Natsu-san.
Mhm.
You must take notice of small changes in your own child. Okay. Ewa jest Ewą. Poor Jessica-chan. You probably wanted your mother to notice first, didn't you?
No problem, no problem. That person never notices anything.
Ooh.
Jessica,
Ale wyjechała.
I cannot condone you speaking of your mother in such a fashion. Apologize.
Later, I will speak to you at length about your language. Language! Silence.
If you don't want kids getting in your way, just say so. I'm gonna take a step outside. Gdzie my jesteśmy?
Na Rock and Gymie?
No? Tak.
Pi, nic nieważne. I'm gonna
Okej.
take a step.
Czkawka cię dopadła?
Jessica!
Aha, jeszcze gorzej.
Nie pił dopadł.
Jessica was still at the age where tests and entrance exams are pretty nerve-wracking. Recently, she'd clashed often with her mother, who was enthusiastic about her education. Excuse me. Yeah? Jessica, who was trying to leave the parlor in a bad mood, bumped into Shannon, who was pushing a serving cart filled with tea.
O nie, wypadek.
Raz, dwa, znowu się wyciszam i jest tak, że się nie wyciszam. Ah, Shannon, no need to worry about my tea. I'm just gonna go wander around the garden.
Milady.
Shannon, the tea is getting cold. Serve it quickly.
My apologies. Znowu narrator nie wiadomo co, ale niech będzie, że ja. Shannon hadn't actually done anything wrong, but Natsuhi, who felt like something shameful to herself had been shown, lashed out at her emotionally.
Klasyk Natsuhi.
This was something that often happened in the Ushiramiya family, but it seemed Shannon wasn't strong-willed enough to just accept it and move on. She shrank back and cowered while serving the tea. She had the unfortunate habit of making more mistakes when she cowered. Her pitiful appearance ruined the peaceful atmosphere that had existed a moment before. It wasn't really Shannon's fault. but she thought she might be the source and felt a pressure on her chest. Her shaking fingers made the utensils clamp, and you couldn't have called it graceful, not even just to be polite. The more pitiful she appeared, the greater the silence grew. The more irritated Natsuhi looked, and the more Shannon cowered. Shannon's thick neck felt like it was being suffocated and choked by the reaper known as stress. At that time, George spoke brightly, blowing away the stiff atmosphere.
This smells nice. What kind of black tea is it?
This is...
No, don't say it. I'll guess. It's a very distinctive smell, so I probably know it. Is it Earl Grey?
I think it probably is.
Yeah, I'll bet it's Earl Grey. When you get back to the kitchen, check the tin.
Oh, George-kun, you know a lot about black tea, don't you?
One of the company presidents who's looked after me was very knowledgeable about black tea. I managed to pick up a little while listening to him discuss the subject.
Yeah, the president of quality foods. Yep, that sort of trivia is that guy's specialty.
The names of black teas often refer to the places they are made, right? So, did this come from place with that name?
From what I have heard, there was a person called Earl Grey in England long
Jezu,
ago,
nie chciałabym się tak nazywać.
and it was named after him.
Jakim kolorem chciałabyś się nazywać?
Nie wiem, pink.
Furthermore, this distinctive smell doesn't come from tea leaves, but from a fruit called a bergamot, which is a relative of the mandarin orange.
Nie byłabyś
nie
Earl Grey,
zmieniłam
tylko
zdania.
Princess Pink?
Princess Pink.
Princess Purple chyba, myślę.
Okej.
Ale Princess Pink
Nie.
brzmi całkiem fajnie.
Princess
Jo.
Pink albo
Princess
Witch Purple.
Purple brzmi fajnie, Imo. A
Nie wiem.
Witch
No.
Purple. Prawie Deep
Mogę-
Purple.
Mogę być Purple Witch
O,
albo
Tak, tak.
Princess Pink. Te dwa są dobre. Is that so? I never knew that. Learning things like that makes tea taste all the more delicious.
Tematy bogatych ludzi. Same thing goes for alcohol and cigarettes. Luxury items have a taste of romance. Knowing stuff like this deepens the taste.
It's the same as reading the list of benefits on a medicine bottle. Natsuhi-san, you should try reading the explanation of your favorite headache medicine someday. Jezu, Ewa jest taka w formie.
Jezu.
Aha,
Ewa jest wspaniała.
Ewa
Uwielbiam ją.
freestyluje takie pociski, to jest niesamowite.
That's a wonderful idea. Try it tonight.
Yes, I will do so.
Mąż się po prostu disuje.
Mąż jej nie kocha.
Shannon-chan,
O,
try opening that pot. You should find some dried bergamot mixed in with the tea leaves.
Yes, it's in there. Something like dried orange peel is mixed in.
Yes, that's probably bergamot. The main ingredient in Earl's Grey scent. The scent is vivid, so you might expect the taste to be intense, but it's still gentle and easy to drink. If you make it with milk, the scent should become more mild, which works great. If there's anything left in the pot after you've poured for everyone, you really should try drinking it with milk.
Yes, Thank you very much.
Ktoś
George?
inny chyba powinien być narratorem w
Hmm.
końcu.
Dobra,
No to
wracam do
wracaj.
roboty.
Let's go!
Dobrze. George gave her a small wink. Shannon finally realized that George had kind-heartedly swept aside the tense atmosphere in the room, and he had done it for the sake of Shannon herself, a cowering servant. The Ushiramiya family did not pamper their son. Any display of awkwardness would be harshly punished. So it was rare for them to be given a helping hand like this. Thanks to George's kindness, Shannon managed to regain control of herself and finish serving tea without further incident. As long as she stayed calm, she could carry out her work elegantly and flawlessly. By the time the black tea was laid out on the table and elegant scent filled a room, the atmosphere had completely returned to its former peaceful mood, and everyone praised George's knowledge. Shannon wanted to thank him for saving her, but it didn't look like she would get the chance. So she decided to at least thank him inside her heart, praying to God that George would hear it as she pushed the serving cart away.
George Nissan always lends a helping hand at times like that, by changing the topic or something.
Shannon and Jessica were in the rose garden. Jessica still hadn't returned to the parlor after getting in a fight with her mother when was nonchalant.
When I think back on it, I get the feeling this wasn't the first time he's helped me like that. Whenever I made a careless mistake and George was around, I'm pretty sure he'd always naturally smooth things over and restore harmony. Maybe it wasn't something as direct as picking up a fork that had been dropped, but that was his way of caring. Even servants have their pride. They want to fix their own mistakes by themselves. And if a guest lends them a hand, they lose face.
He's really good at reading between the lines when stuff like this happens. Well, I guess it's kind of like an art to him. That guy's more of a show-off than he looks.
That's not true. I think he's really wonderful person.
Huh? Shannon, you haven't fallen in love with George Nissan, have you?
For once, Shannon had disagreed with Jessica in a slightly forceful tone, which immediately caught Jessica's attention.
No, that's not it, I think.
Come to think of it, I've hardly heard any stories about George Nissan in love. I think I remember hearing him say that family-oriented girls were his type. The type? Sweet. That fits you perfectly, Shannon.
It does? I don't, I'm not, suitable for such a thing.
Not suitable? Like hell you aren't. I've known him for so long. You're practically a childhood friend. They say that when you start from a natural relationship where you don't think of the other as a member of the opposite sex, things start to move pretty fast once you finally start thinking about it.
Ona ma taki smutk na twarzy.
Mm.
Poker face.
Jessica loved teen magazines. Smóżna twarz. Jessica loved teen magazines with this kind of story, and she was always getting excited talking about that kind of thing with her friends. She was very quick to pick up on love stories like this. So this wasn't the first time Shannon had been exposed to this kind of story. But this certainly was the first time she started thinking of George as a member of sex.
Member of sex.
Ciu.
Ucięło cię.
Aha, wspaniale.
Member of sex.
No, to było bardzo śmieszne.
To dobrze.
Czy zostałeś już członkiem?
Nie no, spoko.
Tak, ja zostałem już członkiem seksu i co z wami?
No way.
No cóż.
Broid the winner.
Chłop wygrał, no nie wierzę.
Piękne.
She was 13, sure, while George was an honored guest and a member of the Ushirimiya family. Until now, she'd assumed that even imagining any deeper relationship with him would be impermissible. So she hadn't thought of it.
Ojej, kot nie drapie, ej, zostaw mnie.
Since it was someone else's problem, Jessica poked fun at it, seeming to enjoy herself. It was all Shannon could do to hide her blushing cheeks. If George were to appear at a time like that, she'd have no chance of keeping her cool. They saw George come out from the entrance hall of the mansion, and it looked like she'd seen them as well. He headed over, waving his hand. Shannon had to frantically try and regain her ordinary composure. George reached them.
Grandfather finally came down. No way!
Niemożliwe.
No way.
Co?
Now they are
Yes,
having an adult discussion, so they chased me out.
Escaping then was the right choice. I'd better be it'd be better to kiss the angel of death than look at grandfather's face.
You shouldn't speak that way. But you know, I think grandfather might think of us angels of death. After all, we came here to talk about borrowing money for business reasons.
That's right. This wasn't the customary annual October family conference. Eva's family had visited to apply for a business loan from the head family. Jinzo had vast resources, and he lent those out to his children. Of course, they didn't borrow money because they were living in poverty. How would they expand their businesses with the vast sums they wanted to borrow? How much interest would be attached, and how long would they have to repay it? This wasn't the sort of loan designed for the poor. It was a loan for those who were on the offensive. Kinzo strictly judged whether it was worth lending out his fortune, and afterwards he strictly oversaw its use. So Rokenjima would sometimes play host to the spectacle, where relatives visited and described their businesses to Kinzo. To the parents, these meetings burdened them with the strain of having to move a vast amount of money. But to Jessica, who lived on this isolated island, it was a precious opportunity to meet up with her cousins. So being able to talk with the occasional guests, such as George like this, immediately cured the bad mood she'd gotten from that fight with her mother.
My family's totally stingy too. They've probably got money to spare, so why not lend it out graciously? Dad and grandfather probably get pitch-headed and act all important.
It's natural to be prudent when lending money. Of course, my father will use what he borrows to expand his business, and he came with a plan that promises a solid probability of repayment. Everything else is left up to the presentation. But I really wish I could watch from the corner and learn. Mother chased me out. I am a little let down.
It seems the master still tends to scold Kraus-sama and Iwa-sama as if they were kids. I'm sure she didn't want to let her son see that.
As Shannon hung her head, she thought back on a scene familiar to those who worked in the mansion. Even Kraus, who acted hauntingly toward siblings, was still treated like a child by Kinzo. Shannon herself had often seen Kinzo slap Kraus and tell him to sit up straight. It was probably very embarrassing to be coerced like that at his age. And taking care to avoid being present at times like that was one of the important responsibilities held by the servants working here. However, the fact that Shannon had ended up witnessing such a scene meant that she'd messed up at least once in the past.
Yes, I imagine so. Maybe figuring that out and staying away is a part of a child's duty. Ah, that aside, the flowers in this garden are truly splendid this year.
George stretched as he said that, and he smoothly changed the subject away from one that was a little gloomy. This time, Shannon noticed it too.
Ale Rizzler,
This-
prawdziwy.
Arizla. This person, George, could sensitively figure out this situation and always change the subject to something harmonious out of kindness. It was so smooth that Shannon hadn't noticed it until today. Today, Shannon really had to admire the way George did that.
Nie,
Of the boys close to Shannon's age that she'd known, nearly all had been during her period of mandatory education. But they all had been young, and none had possessed the composure George had. Mere moments ago, he'd just been another guest, but right now she couldn't help but think of him as something more. However, such thoughts were mere distractions from her work as a servant. Shannon tried to change the way with a small shake of her head.
What's up?
Ah, no, it's nothing. Shall I make some tea? I will prepare some more of that Earl Grey.
So you have remembered the name of that tea. I'm glad. Hmm?
Thank you for your concern back then.
Shannon was finally able to put her gratitude into words. If you wrote it out, it wouldn't be very long, but Shannon had needed a little spark of courage to say it out loud. But George played dumb.
What do you mean? I don't remember doing anything I should be thanked for. Ha. Ha. Ha.
He seemed to be playing the gentleman in his own way, letting her know that he wasn't doing it out of desire for gratitude. George's response seemed to be more or less. She couldn't help but burst out laughing.
See? Isn't he a bit of a show-off at times like this?
No, that's not.
Jessica poked fun at Shannon as the latter remained silent, lead-faced. George didn't know the details, but he naturally joined in, laughing the same way. The three of them lazily walked around the garden, catching up recent events. George, as the oldest cousin, talked about his life experiences. Jessica talked about her recent life on Rokkenjima, and Shannon talked about her recent work. They kept going on about these trivial things. Even when Shannon heard the others talk about deeply interesting things, she never felt any particular interest in the actual content of their stories. She was nothing more than a servant, and she had no intention of delving into her master's lives. She simply wanted them to enjoy their time speaking with her, and would only pretend to listen intently and know at the right moments. But for some reason, the things George talked about today seemed to catch her interest powerfully. Strongly, even. Even the things she'd normally ignore felt like they contained a trace of kindness behind the words. For some reason, she wanted to know more things about George, no matter how trivial. So, she stared fixedly at him. She thought that, as far as looks went, this Ishinomiya George was probably about average and didn't stick out in any particular way.
Yeah.
But he was diligent. Aha. But he was diligent, serious, and had a deep prudence which allowed him to understand people's hearts and show concern. But she'd never noticed these things before now. She may not have met him many times, but she'd known his face for many years. Even so, she hadn't noticed one until now. Shannon, embarrassed by her own obliviousness, blushed. George, perhaps thinking that Shannon would listen intently to his stories, kept talking happily and at length of things he'd done and seen. But Jessica didn't miss that slight change in Shannon. So, she decided that she'd change the conversation to the topic Shannon was most interested in.
It is. Oh yeah, come to think of it, George needs not. Have you really gotten a girlfriend or what?
Where did that came from?
Normally, that reaction should have been answer enough. But for some reason, as she was now, Shannon wouldn't be able to understand it unless he said it clearly.
George-sama is very nice, so I'm sure he's very popular.
Well,
Yet Shannon isn't concerning him like that actually pretty mean.
I wasn't trying to be mean.
well, I'm flattered that you have that mistaken impression of me. But unfortunately, I still haven't had a relationship with any particular girl. After all, my looks are below average, as you can see. And I can speak tactfully in a way that can entertain a girl.
On powiedział, że wygląda below average.
To chlebek jest w twoim typie.
Nie wiem, co powiedzieć teraz. Już się nie odzywam.
I don't think that's true. And I think a man's charm is decided by something that can't be measured by his appearance. That's why I think you might be considered a very attractive man, George-sama.
To mnie w tej wersji 7 Expansion troszeczkę go upięknili, bo tak jak on jest w oryginale, to...
No.
Nawet nie wiem jak wiele w oryginale, muszę zobaczyć.
A to tam prawie każdy art jest jaki jest, no.
Dobra, ale jego art jest chyba taki najbardziej...
Jak wygląda oryginalny George? Może ktoś wysłać?
Już szukam.
Okej.
Twój wujek nazywał się George Umineko? Tak,
Co tam się dzieje?
tak wyczytałam.
Jak twój wujek.
Ona się nazywa John Umineko.
Że on lubi... Nie wierzę. Popłakałam
Daily
się.
coś.
Jezu, nie umiem pobrać obrazka. Dobra, czytam
Czekaj,
dalej.
ja to wyślę, wait.
Ła, coś mi strzeliło.
Wygląda jak świnka.
A, to
Jezu.
tak.
O mój Boże. Okej.
Nie, to nie jest ten prawdziwy art. Ja zaraz zobaczę, czy
On
prawdziwy
jest
art.
skrzywdzony strasznie.
O mój Boże.
Krzywdzony jest taki. Krzywdzony chłopiec.
Wygląda jakby się nad nim znęcali.
Tak,
No,
no.
Dlatego mówił o tym, że dla nim się znęca.
No.
o to chodzi.
Okej. W tej grze jest trochę ładniejszy.
No.
Troszeczkę to jest duże słowo.
Big Chungus.
Tutaj masz prawdziwy art.
Wspaniały jest. No dalej.
to teraz ja.
Mhm.
Shannon was being uncharacteristically verbose. She hardly ever spoke at such length. George seemed fairly pleased to hear someone applaud his charm like this, but he was just a little surprised at this sudden high praise. Jessica, now sure her guess was spot on, appeared to be barely holding back laughter.
Thank you, Shannon-chan. I hope I do bump into a girl who's generous enough to feel attracted to me before too long.
Yes, I'm sure you'll run into one. I'm sure there's at least one. No, a lot of girls who will recognize your real charm.
Ale hintuję.
Simp.
She probably wanted to say that there was at least one girl very close to it. Shannon avoided saying that much, drawing a final line as a servant. As a servant.
Really? I guess I'm kind of embarrassed.
He had probably never been praised this heavily by a girl before. George's face turned just as bright red as Shannon's. Ale wstyd jo. As she watched the two of them, Jessica giggled sadistically.
Well, I'm sure you eventually bump into another wonderful partner, Georgina. But I doubt you'll be able to properly escort your partner as you are now, right? It looks like you're intelligent, but you've completely abandoned your study of that.
Sorry about that. I'll start studying that
zdrowie.
bit by bit.
Dziękuję. And how you plan to do that all by yourself? Are you gonna watch romance movies or something? Or are you gonna learn that from Uncle Hiroshi?
Well, you're acting pretty triumphant. Men are no match for girls when it comes to this sort of thing.
Normally, when George and Jessica got together, their parents would say George is diligent and admirable, and Jessica is lazy and rude. So it was probably unbearable fun for Jessica to have their roles finally reversed. George realized this as well, so he resigned himself to being the one getting teased once.
So, George Nissan, as long as you're okay with it, why not practice a bit with Shannon? It would be your job to keep Shannon entertained all day long on a date. What do you think?
What are you, milady?
When she heard Jessica's audacious plan, powiedzmy, plan, Shannon's face turned bright red with a poof, and a donut of smoke started to rise from her head.
Chyba niedobrze. Tak normalni ludzie nie mają.
Chyba nie. Chyba nie.
That's a very tempting plan. But I wouldn't want to burden Shannon-chan. It would just end up wasting one of her precious days off, wouldn't it? I would be butting in on that sacred time that she should be spending alone with someone she really likes. I couldn't do something so boorish. Co to znaczy boorish?
Chyba, że nudny, żenujący w tym stylu.
No, tak.
Prostacki, chamski. Okay.
O,
I also, don't have a person I have feelings for or anything, so, there's yes, there's no need to hold back for my sake.
Shannon's
gosh.
blood had all rushed to her head. And it looked like even she didn't know what she was babbling about. And Jessica, who knew how Shannon normally was, seemed to be finding this hilarious. She couldn't hide her cackling laughter.
Is that true? I can't believe a cute girl like you would be single, Shannon-chan.
I am a servant, so, of course I don't have any relationships with boys.
Which means that if Shannon ever wants a chance at getting herself a wonderful guy, she needs practice with a relationship too, right? So they both want the same thing. Sweet, that'd be perfect.
Jessica irresponsibly cheered the two of them on. By now, even George was hanging his head and turning red.
Eva.
George,
Eva.
I've been calling to you for a while now. Didn't you hear me?
When Eva appeared in what was already an embarrassing situation, both of them got even more flustered. Jessica watched and laughed loudly.
Oh, mother. Sorry, I was so engrossed in our conversation. I didn't notice.
Oh, Eva-sama, you have my deepest apologies.
It looks like you young kids are getting really fired up together. You're all about that age. Oh, I know how kids your age can talk about that sort of thing forever.
You're still young yourself, Aunt Eva. Please tell me how you and Uncle Hideyoshi met.
Oh my, there's no way I could say that. You all really are so young.
So, what is it, Mother? You called because you wanted something, right?
Your father and the rest have finished talking. We're going to talk to grandfather about you, so come on.
About me? What could it be?
The same thing you were all talking about just now. You know what I mean, right?
Oh, that. That isn't really something we need to talk to grandfather about, right?
Wait, what's going on? Wait, George Nissan, are you getting married?
Congratulations!
No. Didn't I just say I didn't have a particular woman I was interested in?
Qualms. That isn't something to brag about, is it? Good grief. Mój Boże. Jaki nubek.
Eva smiled bitterly, looking a little exasperated.
Ona by już chciała wnuki. Ślub wnuki, szybko.
Pawni. Oh, I get it, George Nissan. It's one of those, right? It's an
Omijaj?
a marriage
Omaj.
movie.
Omijaj.
Meow.
Miau, miau.
Wow. Oh no.
A marriage meeting, you say?
Well, yeah.
Surely, as a man, George wanted to find a partner by himself and bring him home. So it seemed he thought it a bit pathetic to meet his partner for the first time in a marriage meeting arranged by his parents.
Shouldn't marriage meetings be done at a more mature age? I still don't feel like I've become a full-fledged adult.
Of course, we have no desire to rush into an immediate engagement or marriage, right? There's nothing wrong with deepening your friendship first and then having her move to our family register after you've gotten older and settled down.
Judging by Eva's forceful attitude and George's non-committal, the others could catch a glimpse of the story behind this marriage meeting. They didn't know who George was supposed to be meeting, but it was surely someone who would profit Eva's family in a business sense. The very fact that they'd be satisfied with a mere engagement to deepen the relationship between the two families, rather than an immediate marriage, made it feel almost like a political maneuver.
Może jeszcze z posagiem.
You see, marriage isn't something you should enter into only after you start liking someone. You marry first, and then you adjust. If you marry based purely on emotions, you'll always end up regretting it. There's certainly, oh mój Boże, there's certainly nothing wrong with choosing a person with a secure background for your partner in life, and then developing your affection later.
Eva, isn't it to Uncle Hideyoshi?
I love that man. I want to be always with him and to live my life by his side.
Iwa-sama, that's wonderful. Truly splendid.
Kiedy ktoś
Thank
umrze?
you. But we built those feelings while we were husband and wife, you see? Yeah. And I believe that in the
Ah.
future we will be much, much closer than we are now. I think that's what best for married couple.
Myślę, że się nie zapowiada jak na razie.
No na razie nie.
I don't think you can use that to argue that it's okay to marry someone you don't even like.
But it also doesn't mean that it's okay to marry anyone as long as you like them. It only takes an instant to get married. But your life as married couple will last a long, long time after that. So you should search with prudence and avoid making decisions based on momentary emotions. Don't you think a matter like this would be better handled by us rather than a person lacking in life experience such as yourself?
That may be true, but
I'm proud of you, my only son. You've grown magnificently, and I'm sure you'll do us proud no matter where you go. And now that Butler Kun has left the family register, you are father's
What?
only male grandchild carrying his blood. We must
What?
prudently choose
O,
a fitting
co się
partner
stało?
for you. What?
No.
To jest ta boom?
Teoretycznie z tego co
Ciekawe.
ja pamiętam, tak było. Że dlatego nie jeździ na te meetingi. No bo to się dzieje przed chyba tragedią całą.
Szalone.
Nie pamiętam
No.
tego, więc
Czyli jakby to jest taki prequel?
To jakby to spotkanie rok wcześniej,
Mm.
tak myślę.
Nie, to jest po prostu tam losowe. Dlatego nie ma
Losowe.
wszystkich. To jest tam
no, ale
losowe. Na przykład
na
nie ma
pewno jest
Rosy.
wcześniejszy od pierwszego
Tak,
rozdziału.
tak.
Na pewno. As everyone related to the Urshimiya family, Eva adored George immensely. But that didn't mean she had pampered him. She had been strict with him and had raised him into a wonderful boy who wouldn't betray her expectations. That's why she treasured him so.
Your partner certainly won't be selected based on your parents' profit and loss. I will bring you a suitable and truly wonderful woman. Oh my god. At this moment, your immaturity might take this seem unpleasant to you.
Yeah, thanks, Mom.
But if you're going to take my advice on anything, listen to me now. Have I ever failed to act in your best interest?
No, you haven't.
On jest taki przestraszony. That's enough for now.
Przestraszony.
So let's go. We're keeping father waiting. Hurry to the mansion.
Well, sorry you two. See you later.
Nie wierzę, że u nich jest
George
takie
bowed
średniowiecze.
tytułem.
Ale w sumie już wcześniej było widać,
Jak
że
w Arabii
średniowiecze.
Saudyjskiej. After bowing once more to Shannon, he dashed off to the mansion.
I will be going with him. Forgive me for interrupting such an entertaining conversation, Jessica Chan, Shannon Chan.
Don't worry, Shannon. Let's go.
Yes!
Spokojna scena, zaraz zasnę.
O mój Boże, wspaniałe.
It's
Mhm.
okay. I'm sure you will meet someone wonderful soon too, Jessica Chan. A wonderful person suitable for you. Ciocia Ewa jest taka wow.
Jakby Jessica była córką ci Ewy, to byłyby unstoppable po prostu.
One byłyby besties takie w crime.
Że już
One by obie wtedy się znęcały nad Suchi.
O nie.
To by było takie combo.
No nie, ale wtedy George byłby córką. Natsuki i
No,
były
nieźle.
dwie takie ofiary losu.
Musi być balans zachowany.
Tak, tutaj został zachowany balans. So, if he's at the same level as me, you mean a guy with shit grades? That's gonna piss me off.
Jakie słowo?
Tak się nie mówi.
Nie.
Jakby to była
Czekaj.
Natsuki, to po
Przy
prostu
Yukinia Skynet.
koniec.
Przy cioci.
Ale-
Skynet.
Ta ciocia akceptuje, to jest ta fajna ciocia, nie? Ale jakby to była Natsuki, to już byłoby po niej.
What's your language? And of course, you too, Shannon-chan. I'm sure that a wonderful man suitable for you will appear.
206?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Boże, Yukina, Skynet, tyle tych żartów o kupie naliczyła. Weźcie, przestańcie, błagam was.
Ale ty też jej pomagasz.
kupować rzeczy. Przestańcie kupować rzeczy.
Nawet Jessica kupiła to.
Yo.
Mm. As Eva giggled and smiled, she approached Shannon's ear with a hand over her mouth, as though she was trying to tell her a secret.
Przepraszam, kabel jest taki krótki.
Huh?
Cool.
O nie.
I'm sure you will find a perfect match for a lowly servant like yourself.
Bum, bum. Gdzie fajnie.
Have you forgotten to be grateful for your education? Know your place.
No.
Damn.
Crazy.
Ewa czasami jest taka równa ciocia, ale czasami jest taka savage, nie mogę z niej.
Wiesz, bardzo myślisz, że nękanie służących to jest bycie savage.
Trochę tak,
Tak.
trochę tak. Trochę to nie jest miłe.
That's not what I meant.
Widzisz, Shannon jest smutna przez to. George is the oldest grandson carrying father's blood. He's a person who may bear the
Bir.
Burden.
bear the burden of
Burden.
the Ushiromiya family someday in the future. To answer to that expectation, he has studied tirelessly, entered a wonderful college, and is getting wonderful grades. Did you really think you could snatch George away? You uneducated, incompetent, unqualified, uncultured servant?
No nie. Jaki powiedziała?
Wow.
Ale ją
No,
jedzie.
Ona powiedziała
nie.
wszystkie przymiotniki, jakie znała.
Uncultured.
Unqualified.
Incompetent.
Those malicious words all poured into Shannon's ear without spilling a drop. To Shannon, it was like cold water was being poured in there.
No, też bym
I-
nie wiedziała, co powiedzieć.
Didn't mean.
And this was all whispered to Shannon in secret, with all the same smile as before. Jessica, who could only see Eva's expression, didn't think it was anything other than Eva telling Shannon some embarrassing story about love. When their secret conversation ended, Eva patted Shannon's shoulders as though she was urging her on.
Wow,
Don't worry, I'm sure you will find a perfect match for part. Right? Okay, Jessica-chan. See you later.
Boże, jaka fake bitch.
Ale
No, Ewa jest trochę...
Kurwa.
Ale czasami jest miła, a czasami jest bitch.
Znaczy, no tak,
Zależy dla kogo.
nie suczą.
Yeah, see you later, and make sure you tell me about you and Uncle Hideyoshi next time.
No way.
No way.
No way. Nie ma drogi.
Eva laughed loudly and headed back to the hall. Behind Jessica, who was cheerfully waving her hand, Shannon reflected very, very deeply in those words of Eva's about knowing her place. It was
Nie wiem, czy to nie... Zgaduję, że to Shannon.
To chyba Shannon.
It's time for me to take a serious look at how full of myself I've been acting. I forgot. I'm furniture. Furniture.
Know your
isn't
place.
human.
Know your place.
So, I am being who must... So, I am a being who must feel gratitude for even being treated like a human. And I am not permitted to wish for anything more. People sometimes develop affection for furniture People sometimes develop affection for furniture they're used to using, but that is an emotion on the human side, and the furniture has no right to hope for such a thing. It's enough that furniture serves with simple honesty day after day. That feeling I got when talking to George-sama and Jessica-sama is the same as a forbidden drug to me. In other words, it might be an emotion I must never experience.
Shannon, you've had your head in the clouds for some time now. Do you not feel well?
No, my apologies. Natsuhi's words were right on the mark. Dobra.
Oh, so yeah. Even Shannon couldn't believe that she hadn't noticed Natsuki until she had called. Normally, it was essential that she focus on her cleaning at this time of day. But she'd spend
Głośniej
all her
możecie
time
mówić.
sighing.
Ja chcę się
No,
dowiedzieć, o czym
dokładnie.
rozmawiacie.
Żeby cała klasa słyszała.
Niebieski się pytał, co to znaczy
Się pochwalcie.
Co znaczy co?
Fuck.
Okej.
To znaczy, że coś jest takie,
Aha.
że wiecie, że wam się podoba i fuck with it. Chyba tak ja to rozumiem.
Co?
Nie wiem.
No tak
Jeszcze
się
raz.
na Twitterze na przykład piszą do you fv coś tam i to znaczy czy jakby cool.
Ja
Aha,
właśnie też,
bo
czyli ja to często
też nie
widzę, ale nie wiem,
wiedziałam,
o
o
co
co
chodzi.
chodzi.
For real.
F,
For real.
The more you know.
A,
Ja
F,
tego
F,
nie
F.
widziałem.
To nie
Ja
wiem.
to widziałam, ale nie rozumiałam,
to
co
nie
to
wiem.
znaczy.
Ale ja
Dobra,
nie pływam
Nie
po
wiem, ja się
Twitterze.
nie znam. Ja za stary jestem.
Nienawidzę Twittera, dlatego z niego korzystam.
Mi się podoba, bo są obrazki z
Och.
Umamusume.
W ogóle są obrazki.
No,
to jest
dokładnie,
spoko.
tylko po obrazki to jest. Ach, dobrze. But she'd spent all her time sighing and hardly making any progress.
Even when there aren't any guests around, you must always be alert. Wow. Behavior like this is shameful for an Ushiromiya family servant. Żałosne.
Yes, ma'am. I will take care from now on.
The head and my husband will return very soon. Have you finished cleaning the study? Have you finished cleaning the staircase?
My apologies,
O
not
Jezu,
yet.
Natsuki już jest taka zła. Yes, I know. So I had Lunon do it. Kim jest Lunon? Czy jest nowy charakter drop?
O mój Boże.
No.
Był
Lunon
wspomniany
study
raz.
around
Był raz wspomniany Lunon.
cleaning the
Lunon był
hallway.
raz
She
wspomniany.
finished cleaning the study and the staircase.
Nie pamiętam, czy był po imieniu wspomniany. Ale to był ten, co się tam
Był.
potknął chyba? Był po imieniu?
A
Dwie
to
osoby-
nie jest
dwóch
ona,
było
bo tu
wspomnianych.
jest napisane she.
No, to baba była.
Okej.
She, no faktycznie. Tak.
That's because I wanted to clean it properly, so it took some time.
Za długo.
Shannon was simple and honest, so she would always carry out her tasks seriously properly, without any omissions. So she was always slow with her work.
Dziwię się, że jeszcze nie
In contrast,
zmienili.
Lunon Tyle lat pracuje tam, chyba 10 lat. Dziwne. In contrast, Lunon cleverly avoided doing extra work whenever it was possible.
Lunon jest Polakiem.
Hell
Mhm.
yeah, Polska.
Daj.
So she could complete her jobs with a result that looked almost the same to an outsider, but in a much shorter time. In other words, she was a shrewd employee. Compared to that, na zdrowie. Compared to that, it's probably fair to say that Shannon wasn't very shrewd at all, talking back to Natsuki when Natsuki was in a bad mood. Of course, there was nothing that Natsuki couldn't stand more than back. Her forehead creased, and she spoke sternly. And yet, her slow, admonishing style of speech was even more terrifying, and finally made Shannon realize she had said the wrong thing.
Then perhaps you should aim to do a truly thorough cleaning. Shannon, I order you to clean the reception hall right now. It is an important hall where several pictures treasured by the head are displayed and where honored guests of the Ushiromiya family are welcomed. Clean it thoroughly so that not a speck of dust remains, and so that even you are satisfied. Of course, you will finish before the day is out. Until you finish that and report to me, you will not be permitted any food or rest. Understood?
Coś nie trwa.
Jezu!
Okay.
Czy w tym domu jest ktokolwiek, kto nie jest fake?
Yes, ma'am.
Chyba się wkurzyła. That is good. Servants should endeavor to only use those words. The next time you talk back, your punishment will be even more severe. So with that in mind, engrave these words into your heart.
Yes, madam. Thank you for your guidance.
Damn. You are welcome.
Ale jak się komuś jakby daje pracę i mu się nie zapewni pożywienia i tak dalej, w sensie no takiego podstawowego, nie wiem, miejsca do spania, to się chyba zalicza jako obóz pracy. To by wtedy był obóz pracy.
Okej, ale oni żyją trochę jak w średniowieczu, mam wrażenie, więc niewolnictwo jest legalne, kobiety nie mają praw i oni tak trochę żyją, mam wrażenie bardzo.
Free state Ushiromi.
Może tak bogaci ludzie żyją.
Nie istnieje prawo pracy i tak dalej, tak.
No.
No,
Kobiety
bo
tylko do rodzenia dzieci.
bogaci ludzie mają różne fajne wyspy, tak, które odwiedzają, jeśli wiecie, o co mi chodzi.
Aha, no.
Był taki jeden, no.
Nie wiem
Był
o co
taki
chodzi,
jeden, co
ale
miał
Hawaje.
taką.
Klebek, o! Rozumiem.
Niedaleko.
Przepraszam, jestem clueless.
To może i dobrze.
No.
Okej.
No, to dobrze w sumie. Ach. Behaving as though her headache was troubling her, Natsuki headed off down the corridor. When she couldn't see her anymore, Shannon hung her head and sighed. This was what happened when she had her head in the clouds. Even though
Even though I'm bad at everything I do, I should be able to at least carry out the cleaning as well as an average person can, right? It's because I can't even perform that very well that I'm crying so pathetically.
Ma depresję.
But what's even
Dziwisz
more
się?
shameful
Nie.
No właśnie.
is that not only have I been unable to perform a single bit of cleaning well, but just now, when Natsuki was scolding me, I imagined that person appearing and I imagined that person appearing and rescuing me.
No.
If only George-sama were here, would he casually step in and save me? Surely, he'd show up cheerfully, intentionally acting like he didn't know what was going on. Nimbly change the subject and make me forget I'd ever been revoked by Natsuki. I kept envisioning him, suddenly appearing from the other side of the door, or the other end of the hallway. I envisioned the kind of person that would be an appropriate partner for him in a marriage meeting. And I envisioned how unfitting I was for him. Eva clearly told me. It's been repeating over and over in my dreams. You're still as clumsy as always, Nelson. Milady has been in a bad mood since this morning. That just now happened because you talked too much, when you should have just hung your head in silence. Kanon-kun.
Canon was suddenly there. Właśnie, niektóry. Chciałbyś, żebym wziął Kanona, czy chcesz gadać sam ze sobą?
Real question.
No możesz wziąć go. No właśnie.
No chyba, że chcesz, nie wiem, żebym wziął Shannon, która ci postać bardziej odpowiada.
Dobra, teraz mi każesz
No chyba, że
decyzję
chcesz.
podejmować. Ja chcę po prostu czytać.
Tak. Aha. Okej, jak
Dobra, na razie
tak
czytam.
chcesz czytać obie postaci?
Kanon was suddenly
Dobra.
there. His footsteps were always quieter than a cat's, and he never left any trace of his presence. Dobra, to czytam na pewno.
Dobra, okej. He probably could have stood there forever. She still wouldn't have noticed him. The expression on Cannon's face was one of hatred. He made that expression for Shannon, who didn't know how to do it herself.
Madame and Lunon can fall into hell. That person knows where Madame checks and only cleans those areas. Her cleaning just now was like that. I know, because I saw. She wasn't really cleaning. She's just the worst kind of parasite, leeching off your thorough cleaning. You mustn't use such dirty words. Dirty words pollute your clean soul, Kaminku. So at least don't use those words in front of me. Okay?
Canon turned away as through sulking.
No.
It was a reaction that hit his true feelings, which was very like Canon, but I was a little happy.
Trzeba przerwać transmisję Umineko.
Wiecie, że będzie anime z bestii Izakai?
Tak,
będzie,
No
będzie.
widziałem.
wiemy
Będzie
już
banger.
wszyscy.
Tak,
Będzie
tak.
moje shit.
Tak,
Ja chcę
wysyłałem.
moje shit. Ja kocham moje shit. Nie mogę się doczekać.
Jestem w szoku. Przepraszam.
O,
Gra tak dobra, że wyszło poza fandom.
Ale jeżeli to anime nie będzie w pixel arcie, to nie oglądam.
mm,
Po obrazkach promocyjnych nie wyglądało na Pixel.
No niestety.
What a shame.
nie.
Nie no, fajne będzie. Na pewno.
He was getting mad
Na
for my
pewno.
sake. Cleaning the reception hall will be tough. I'll help. Thank you. But I was the one Madame ordered, so don't worry. Don't you also have your own work, Canon-kun? It's a filthy job. My soul was polluted long ago.
Canon then hung his head and bit his lower lip.
Just hearing you say you'll help is enough for me. If you don't go back to your own job, then you'll be punished as well. And that would make me sad.
Shannon knew Canon's character well. Sometimes he didn't think enough about himself. If I don't refuse forcefully, he'll...
If I don't refuse forcefully, he'll help me even if it means neglecting his own job.
Canon was a little sad that his goodwill had been rejected, but he realized that what he was doing would only hurt her even more, and he gave a single small sigh.
Understood. Do your best, Nessa. Yes, and I am also partly to blame. You aren't at fault at all, Nessa. No, I am. So go now.
Canon-kun's face showed that he still hadn't completely accepted it, but without being any more obstinate, he disappeared. Even though Canon-kun came to give me words of comfort...
To jest bardzo confusing, że to się co chwilę zmienia, no. Even though Canon-kun came to give me words of comfort when I was down. Even so, I was dejected again, because it wasn't him. That in itself was a sin. It went far beyond any dream the likes of me could be permitted to see. I don't know my place. Znowu ty.
Shannon, who had neglected breakfast, already felt her concentration begin to waver. But if she didn't finish up cleaning the reception hall, she wouldn't receive Natsuhi's permission to eat. Damn. That cruel Natsuki had surely told the kitchen something to that effect.
I have to
I have to
respectfully receive
receive
Madam's
a-
punishment.
Ryukishi, jak on mógł tak to źle napisać?
On to, tak wszystko jest napisane u niego.
Boże, to jest takie żałosne. Był kiedyś na lekcjach z pisania. W szkole chyba są takie.
That's right. My position in the world is furniture, and I've been intoxicated by a drink that's beyond me.
Toxic! Ale nie jest zielona.
Nie, jest pijana.
I finished
Ah.
cleaning the hallway and went to the reception hall. Maybe my hunger made my mouth more sensitive. I could sense a delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen, even though it was far away and my empty stomach was encouraged even more. Until I finished up here, I wouldn't get any soup. I just had to resolve myself to doing it. Nie wiem, czy to ja, ale
Several portraits were hung in the reception hall. One of these portraits was thought to hold a special meaning amongst the servants. It was the portrait of the witch. That wasn't its true name, but everyone in the mansion called it that. The name of the woman with elegant blonde hair, drawn as the subject of that portrait, was Beatrice.
Beatrice.
Beatrice. It was whispered that she might be the former mistress of Kinzo the family had, and also that she was the great witch who had given Kinzo the gold of the legend. The witch, Beatrice, master of the night on Rakajima. She was gracious to those who respected her, but she would surely curse those who made light of her. It was in Shannon's character not to neglect rules such as those. So she thought of the portrait of her other master as that person herself, and always treated it carefully, treasuring it. And it had become part of her daily routine, who only existed inside the portrait, the secrets of her heart. She was furniture. Furniture doesn't complain, cannot complain. So she had no right to speak her mind about her difficult days. She had no right to open her mouth and say, so, she at least spoke her mind inside her heart. She spoke her mind inside her heart in words she couldn't say aloud, and protested to the formless witch. Of course, the witch didn't answer. She didn't console, and she didn't. Shannon could only interpret that silence as she liked, as though the witch was responding agreeably.
Beatrice-sama, please listen to the story of my worthless self.
As Shannon wiped the dust from the witch's portrait, she spoke that inside her heart.
I certainly am incompetent and uncultured, just as Iwa-sama said. I am not a person, so maybe I have no right to love. But in that case, why was I given a heart that cannot know love?
At that point, Shannon held back her tears for a moment. The sound of the rain, which had started falling, along with the chill air in the reception hall, made her feel as though her shabbiness had increased another level.
Real furniture doesn't have anything like a heart, so they don't have to love people, right? So they don't feel pain. If I'm just another piece of furniture, why do I have a heart? If it's going to be this painful and this harsh, I wish I was never given a heart like this. I
Oh, what to czyta? Oh, I see. So a heart was given to furniture. It would seem that even that man is capable of some quite amusing things every now and then.
What?
The witch, who never answered or laughed, answered and laughed.
Whoa.
Was it my
Was it my
imagination?
imagination?
Was I
Mm.
hearing things? No, that's wrong. After all, the next words became a voice, and I could hear them, not with my heart, but with my ears.
Humans have
Humans have
continually
continually. Faktycznie. Jest.
Co to czyta?
Przepraszam.
To nie jest wiedźma?
Chyba
Nie.
właśnie Beatrycze.
Okej, spróbuję.
Chyba wiedźma właśnie.
Humans have continually searched for the elements that make up the world since before the modern era. It is said that in ancient times the Greeks tried explaining the world with 4 elements of the wind, fire, water, and earth. And after that, over several millennia, humans added several elements to those 4, trying to explain the world with several interpretations, such as the 5 elements, the 6 elements, the 7 elements, the 8 elements, and 12 elements. But they were never able to describe the one sole truth that exists, a single element. However, a single man appeared by the guidance of a star and finally explained a single element that makes up the world. No one did it.
Who?
Shannon fearfully turned around.
Whoa.
Nie wierzę, że się pokazała.
Right there, she existed. Not as an illusion, but as a reality. The contrast made by the lightning made it clear that this was no mere daydream.
It's
It's
love.
Love. Without love, it cannot be seen. The witch of the portrait elegantly held a golden giggle. She laughed at the ignorance that causes humankind's thoughts to stray far from the most simple answer.
That man explained everything in the world with love. That is the single element. That man fully explained how the world was constructed with the smallest possible number. How simple and clear, how splendid, exhilarating, pleasant and thrilling. The year that man was finally born is called the start of the modern era.
Jezus?
Na to wygląda.
Shannon lost any words to speak. She thought that when first meeting an unknown guest, her first words should be to ask that person's name. But without saying anything, Shannon knew the person's name, so she refrained. No. Surely it will be the greatest disrespect for someone who lived or worked on this island to ask this woman her name. After all, she was the other master of this island, besides Kinzo.
Beatrice-sama,
Indeed, I am Beatrice. Even after 1,000 years, I see that people still always give me that look when I first name.
To which giggled at how Shannon's reaction didn't betray her expectations. Shannon realized that she had met with a being that mustn't be met with, and she took a step backwards. That's where the wall and the portrait were. So even as she gazed at the witch's portrait was touching her back.
The source of your trouble is love. Love, the single element that makes up this world. In other words, it is everything in this world. When it is lacking, then your world is lacking too. It is no different than scooping water into a container with a hole in it. Even if you scoop and scoop, that eternal dessert of the heart never fails. It is the original sin that humans are founded upon and everything is made of. Understand? When Adam and Eve put the fruit of knowledge under to their lips, love is what they learned of. Because of that, humans were chased out of the garden and became fully human, which means that knowing love and suffering is what makes one human. You kind-hearted child, you ought to be praised. Now that you have gained this knowledge, you are no longer furniture. You are now human. You recognize that with all the authority of my name.
oh, oh,
Ooh.
oh,
Oh,
It is hard for a common person to understand. Very well then. Forgive me. It has been a long time since I've spoken with a human. Allow me to apologize for my talkativeness.
without waiting for a reply from Shannon, Beatrice laughed pleasantly for a while.
Perhaps this isn't much by way of an apology, but I would be willing to grant that wish of yours with my power, if you so desire.
huh?
The meaning of those words surprised Shannon even more than the witch's sudden appearance.
I am offering to bring you and the one you love together. Normally, I would demand something of an equal value in return. However, I am in a good mood, and you have never failed to pay your respects to me in the past. That is something more rewarding.
Ja też chcę nagrodę, halo. Czy mogę dostać dużo pieniędzy? Złoto.
Poczekaj na
moje
swoją
złoto.
kolej.
Eee. Czemu?
Is that true?
Normally, Shannon would have been shocked and struck dumb by this seemingly impossible guest. However, almost as though she was already under the witch's spell, Shannon responded.
With my magic, it would be no trouble at all to arrange for you to be joined with the one you love. Yes, of course.
Yes, of course.
Shannon almost said that without thinking, but held back with her last bit of common sense. After all, this is a witch, a sinister being. The witch Beatrice is clearly trying to slip in through the cracks in my heart and take me prisoner. That sort of temptation which so many fairytale picture books warned me about when I was young is right in front of me now.
Fear is also a form of respect. It might be pleasant for me, but we will make no progress this way. I might not differ much from the image of a detestable witch that you hold in your mind. However, I do bestow my favor upon those who respect me. Are humans the same? Well, I doubt any human would bestow a favor upon one with such an attitude.
My apologies. I didn't mean.
Shannon eventually realized how rude she was acting towards this guest. And she finally digested the words that had been spoken to her a short while ago.
You are no longer furniture. Now you are a human.
And she reflected upon those words. Shannon felt as though the witch understood all her worries.
What was that, just now? About a reward?
I say that I can arrange for you to be joined with the man who has captured your heart. Think of it as a sign of my gratitude for your diligence in polishing my portrait day after day. Come yourself. I ask for nothing in return. I am generous. However, thought I ask for nothing in return, I do have a request.
Look, here it comes. Part of Shannon's heart sent her a warning. This is what all those scary picture books she'd read when she was little had warned her about.
Do you know of the small torii and shrine that have been constructed on the ocean very near this island, which you can see when you gaze at the cliffs?
Shannon immediately remembered it. When you reached the rock and Jima by boat, there was a shrine on the reef that was small, to be called even an islet. I'm pretty sure Kumasawa-san told me its story, but I can't remember it well. A traveling Shugenja, a kind of holy man, had built it or prayed there or something.
Yes, I know about it. But why do you bring it up?
Not to explain everything, including the very basics to one ignorant audience. Simply put, it's causing me trouble. The truth is, there's a mirror kept inside the shrine. I want you to break it.
It was quite a suspicious request. Shannon didn't know the details, but everything stored inside a shrine would have to be something sacred. And she wants me to break it? Why would a witch ask a human for help instead of doing it herself? There was no need for Shannon to speak her thoughts aloud. Beatrice responded to Shannon's reasonable doubt before Shannon could give her answer.
The magical power of that mirror opposes my own. I cannot explain it well with human words. For example, think of the differences between a pencil. That mirror is a fork, and my power is soup. You cannot drink soup with a fork, correct? If only the resistance of that mirror were gone, I could produce a spoon ideal for the drinking soup. After that, I can drink soup as I please, and even dig my way out of a rocky prison. I could even gouge someone's eye with it. Ah, was that not the phrase?
I don't know what you're talking about. If my poor education is to blame, I apologize.
It comes down to this. If you take an action and break that annoying mirror for me, I shall grant you a wish as a reward. I am in quite a good mood today. You might even change your wish and receive all the gold I bestowed upon Kenzo if you so desire.
I refuse.
What?
Saga Kotoru.
When she heard Shannon's words, Beatrice realized for the first time that her expectations had been betrayed.
Chyba już nie jest w dobrym humorze.
Chyba nie. Bardzo dobrze.
If you have a reason, tell me. If there has been some misunderstanding, I shall resolve it.
I don't really understand the reason, but up until now, this island had been at peace, and nothing bad has happened. So, even if I don't break the mirror, the peace that has existed until today should continue into the future.
Yes. You are quite right. It is just as you say. If you don't break the mirror, the same unbreakable days that have passed until now will continue into tomorrow and the next day. Why don't so the current I shall stake my name, Beatrice, on it. The unbreakable days before this time will continue into tomorrow and the next day, and for eternity and perpetuity.
Czemu Beatrice aż tak na tym
Shannon
zależy?
felt.
Zaraz się dowiemy pewnie.
No.
Tak za 10 chapterów.
Co mówisz?
Shannon.
Nie, o co chlebek pytał?
No, chciałem czytać tekst.
Się spytałam, czemu Beatrice aż tak bardzo na tym zależy.
No, bo przecież widocznie jej moce te pewnie ogranicza czy coś.
Mhm,
Niesamowite.
pewnie. Shannon felt overwhelmed by an eerie illusion. And the mirror probably existed for the purpose of restraining the witch. So, if Shannon broke it, the person who stood to gain was supposedly the witch herself. And yet, Shannon felt somehow that she had to do it for her own sake. It felt like some premise had been switched around.
I will do nothing but grant you a chance to bring your feelings to fruition. It's up to you to decide whether you break it or not. If you break it, I shall grant your wish. If you don't, the tomorrows that came before today will continue for all eternity. Your wish will not be granted for all time. Do you understand? Do you see what I mean?
The witch was speaking. She was pressing Shannon, saying she must break the mirror if she ever wanted to be united with George. It was a declaration that Shannon's feelings would never be brought to fruition unless she broke it.
Please, stop it. I don't want to hear something like that.
It was never my goal to cause you pain. Oh, but when love leads to the madness, that is when we see the true charm of humanity. Enjoy that emotion to your heart's content. However, if you wish to borrow my power, feel free to break that mirror at any time. Then you might yell my name and awaken me. I will certainly keep my promise. This way, you should have no complaints, right? I won't force you to decide right now. Easy, is it not?
Was it really such an easy thing to do? No, it certainly wasn't. To Shannon, who was burning with infatuation and worried by love, being tempted constantly and eternally with a way out was truly a cruel trial.
I won't set a time limit on the promise, but there is a time limit on the magic that can grant your wish. That limit is not of my making. The one you love were decided. So, you see my meaning?
No, I don't understand.
When the one you care for finds a partner to whom he ought to pledge his love, that limit will be reached. I might be a witch, but I am no demon. I possess no magic to tear apart a pair of those who love each other. The one you love will soon be attending a marriage meeting, yeah? You might have stronger feelings for that man than anyone else in the world. However, that doesn't mean you are the most suitable partner for him, does it? I know with whom he will be having his marriage. That girl is the most suitable for the Rashmiya George and the entire world. She came from a good school, achieved good grades, and possesses both the composure and thoughtfulness. She is more beautiful than you, wiser than you, more suitable than you. How could an arrogant, incompetent, uncultured girl like you be suitable? You know better than anyone. There are none less suitable than you. Even imagining an Ushinomiya George could be drawn in sinful and foolish. Know your place! Have you forgotten to be grateful for your education? Know your place.
George is the eldest grandson carrying father's blood. He's a person who may bear the burden of the Ushmiya family someday in the... To answer that expectation, he has studied tirelessly, entered a wonderful college, and is getting wonderful grades. Did you really think that you could
To nadal
snatch
chyba
George?
widzi.
O, przepraszam. Rzeczywiście.
Hmm.
To answer that to that expectation, expectations. He has studied tirelessly, entered a wonderful college, and is getting wonderful grades. Did you really think you can snatch George away? You're uneducated, incompetent, unqualified, unquestioned servant.
Ojej.
Damn. Popieprzyły ją już do reszty.
Oh, come on.
Stop it. Don't bully Shannon. Who the hell are you?
At that time, as Shannon held her head trying to protect her heart from the blade of Beatrice's words, Kenan ran in front of her. Kenan didn't care who this woman was. If this was an enemy tormenting Shannon, whom he loved and respected as a sister, nothing else mattered.
Planujemy kończyć jakoś w najbliższej przyszłości, bo ja tu zaraz
Tak,
usnę przed monitorem.
Tak, ja też jestem zmęczona.
No, uszy mnie bolą od słuchawek. No.
To co, w tym momencie, czy jeszcze chwilę czytamy?
No może jak się skończy ta scena.
No, no.
No.
Kanon-kun, stay back. This person is...
It seemed Canon also realized that the being standing before him was the witch of the... And also that she was something to be feared.
I simply wish to give Shannon a chance to claim her reward. But it seems I said too much and ended up hurting her. I must apologize for that. But I shall leave behind a promissory word to you. If you need my power, call me at any time. I have already told you how. Well then, let us call it a night. Hostile gazes might be pleasant, but they damage your beauty, yes?
Disappear. I don't know who you are, but you're threatening Shannon. Don't ever show yourself again.
Canon's words seemed to deeply annoy the witch.
Watch your language, lowborn. I might be gracious to those who respect me, but I am brutal to those who don't.
While she still smiled, the witch's face began to twist itself. Then an oppressive feeling that couldn't be noticed with any of the five senses gradually filled the room. Even though they couldn't understand it, they immediately realized it was something terrifying. When you swim in the ocean and something large by in the water, you want to escape to land even before you learn what it is. That's exactly what this was like.
Please stop, Beatrice-sama. Kanon-kun is still a child. I apologize for his language.
Ta konwersacja. 9 kropek kontra 8 kropek. Kto wygra? On miał wykrzyknik, także on chyba
Canon
wygrał.
plays... O, właśnie. Jest zły. Ale groźny. Canon placed his body between the witch and Shannon. There was tense sweat on his forehead. At the time, the witch suddenly held Canon's face in the palm of her hand. She didn't even need to lift a finger. She held the grasp on his face so tight that a single twist of his hand could easily crush it. Canon understood that as well, so he started sweating. His knees felt weak, his arms spaghetti. However, Beatrice abruptly released that attention and laughed.
Very well, if you ask. I will forgive you just this once. Canon, isn't it? In defense to her, I shall forgive you tonight and send you off. You ought to thank me. Well then, let us call it a night. In parting, I shall leave you with a small souvenir. Hold out the pale palm of your left hand, you two.
When Beatrice grinned broadly and snapped her fingers, their left hands stretched out in front of them against their will, and their palms opened. It was a strange sensation, as though only their left hands now belonged to someone else. It felt like only their left hands had become puppets, which were being pulled by strings hanging down from the ceiling.
What are you trying to do?
Cannon resisted, but he couldn't retract his hand of his own free will.
Don't struggle. It will be over soon.
When Beatrice held her pipe aloft, a gold-colored sparkling dust came out of the smoke and hovered in the air. That sparkle eventually became several gold butterflies. The beautiful butterflies danced freely throughout the reception, forming a fantastical and beautiful world. And two of those butterflies aligned on the palms of Shannon's and Cannon's hands.
Huh? Ow!
There was a sharp pain, as though they had been burned. When the two of them tried to examine their palms, that hold on their bodies, which had been there a second ago, had gone without a trace.
A mark? What is...
There was now a tiny burn mark on the palm of her hand, and was shaped like a butterfly.
Tatuaż jej zrobiła.
Tatuaż z henny im zrobiła, ja cię nie wierzę.
Raczej z pogrzebacza nagrzanego, ale...
Albo z gumy.
Albo lutownicą.
Dokładnie.
Lutownicą.
To ja
No
bym
właśnie,
zrobiła
na ciepło.
taki.
What is this supposed to be?
Apparently, Cannon had the same mark on his hand. He stared at the witch hatefully.
A simple greeting has no hidden motive. It has nothing more than a bruise, so it will heal just in a few days. There's not even any need of to care for it. I made that mark so that tomorrow you will not forget that I truly was here, and that I made a promise with you. An encounter with me might be quite shocking. Sometimes when the next morning comes, people try to think of such an encounter as a dream or an illusion. You ought to consider it slowly and carefully, Shannon. And you could probably take a good rest. Look at my mark tomorrow morning and try considering it again. I shall not consider you in any other way. You should freely decide your future by your own will. Still, to think that one could obtain the object of the desire for such a small price. Surely, this would annoy me to This would annoy to Noel, the great artist who writes plays about the blighted love. Now then, let us meet again when the chance arises. How entertaining it is to have a conversation again with after so much time. Goodbye, furniture.
A podobno już nie była furniture.
No,
Kończymy w tym miejscu?
no może tak.
Może być.
No,
Tak.
Możemy.
Zdezintegrowała się.
30 godzin.
Let's go. No,
Wow.
Dobra. Ja
spoko.
lecę.
Spoko
Tak.
było.